kickoff kickoff return. But when they do block big things happen, we have a lot of athletes out there.
Hancock County, perfect 3-0 coming into the game tonight with wins over Edmonson County, Barron County, and Butler County. Those teams are a combined 4-6 on the season. Hancock County going to run the football. They're averaging nearly 300 rushing yards a game through their first three, led by Darian Clay. He's averaging 100 rushing yards a game. He's scored 6 times. And Logan Willis right behind, averaging 91 yards and has scored twice. As a team, they've only thrown the ball 19 times in 3 games. Cole Dixon, 10 of 16 passing for 190 yards on the season. The Hancock County defense giving up just over 100 rushing yards a ball game and less than 90 yards passing. The Hornets think they got a pretty good team this year, especially on the defensive side of the football, where they've only given up 30 points in 3 games. Defense will be a key tonight for Todd County. They gave up 39 in a season-opening win against Hopkins Central and 43 more last week in the loss to Owensboro Catholic. It's senior night tonight in Elkton. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock.
The Union County Braves. The Greenwood Gators.
This is another late scheduled game in Union County. Going to have a tough one tonight. They're on the road against a Greenwood squad that's off to a 3-0 start with wins over Warren Central, Logan County, and Barron County to start their season. Last week, Union County went on the road, lost to Mayfield 36-20. They're 0-2 to start the season after a opening week loss to Crittenden County. Cannon Sheffer last week threw for 236 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Corinthian Seals Portee added 138 more on the ground to go with a touchdown, but Union County's defense gave up over 350 yards of total offense in the game to a Mayfield squad that's maybe not as good as they've been in recent years. The Gators are led by running back David Odom, who's averaging 120 yards on the ground. Sebastian Conwell has only carried the football 30 times, but has 5 touchdowns this year. Quarterback John Morrison has thrown for 305 and 5 touchdowns on the season. Union County has an open week next week. That's likely to be filled, and they get back into district play with home games against Paducah Summit on the 16th and Tree County on the 23rd.
The Webster County Trojans. The Caverna Colonels.
The Trojans are in Cave City to take on the Purple Colonels of Caverna. They haven't played since they left the field in the second quarter of their September 18th loss to Todd County Central because they were running low on players. Last week's game with Webster County canceled as a result, but they're going to play them again tonight in Cave City. The Trojans got their first win of the year last week. They went on a long road trip to Owenton to play Owen County, came away with a 41-7 win. Mason Wilson threw for 145 yards. Taylor Chandler had an 80-yard touchdown run in the contest as well. Webster's defense also picking off a pair of passes, including a pick 6 by Daniel Yates, who also had 15 tackles on defense. If Caverna can complete the game with 11 players, Webster County should pick up their second win of the season.
You're listening to Your Sports Edge Football Friday, brought to you by YourSportsEdge.com.
Fortner Gas is a full-service propane company offering services in Western Kentucky. You'll find offices located in Princeton and Cadiz. They're your local and family-owned propane supplier. Browse their website and discover the many services and products available to you at Fortner Gas. You can shop in person or online, and they can answer any and all questions in person or on the phone. If they are already your propane supplier, they say thank you. If not, they'd love to be. Contact Fortner Gas Company, a family tradition of service since 1951.
We've all heard the phrase, service above self, or servant's hearts. There are some that actually live by this. We call these folks hometown heroes. Nominate your hometown hero by going to WPKYonline.com and clicking on Hometown Hero. They just may be recognized as the Hometown Hero of the Month.
You're listening to Your Sports Edge Football Friday, brought to you by YourSportsEdge.com. The Hopkinsville Tigers.
The biggest surprise in Western Kentucky last week was Callaway County's 14-7 win over Hopkinsville. First time since the 1990s that Callaway County had gotten a win over the Tigers. The news didn't get much better for Hopkinsville after the game. A player from Callaway County tested positive for COVID-19, put that team in quarantine for 2 weeks. Also put Hoptown in quarantine for 2 weeks as well. Their game tonight won't be played. Their game next week against Madisonville won't be played as well. It's caused Hopkinsville to do some shuffling to their schedule. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Hoptown turned the football over 4 times on their first 4 possessions of the second half. Not a good night for Hoptown, according to their head coach, Craig Clayton.
This is on me tonight. We were out-coached. We were outplayed. The better team won. And you just can't show up and think you're going to throw that orange helmet out there and you're going to roll over. It's one of the worst losses I've ever had. So it's going to be tough Monday. You know, those that show up Monday better button it up. We have some big pass plays there at the fourth quarter, crucial times. I'm not sure what happened right there. We started the pass very well the whole game. Both their touchdowns came off the turnovers pretty much, and we kind of gave them a one-yard deal, and this was a bad situation. I thought we had a pretty nice drive, score our first touchdown, kind of got together, but they put 5 in the box, and we were having trouble running. I mean, it's difficult. You got to be able to run the ball better than we ran it. They, dropped a lot of people in covers. Didn't want to let us get them deep, and we just couldn't throw underneath. It was not a good job. Talk about being a pretender and being a contender. A pretender guy talks all the trash. He might be a great athlete, but when you talk and can't back it up and tell everybody what you're going to do something, you don't back it up, you're a pretender. I want guys that want to be there for their team. I want guys that are going to play hard every play. I don't care if you're the best athlete or not. I want people who are going to grind it out for their team. And it showed up tonight.
Because Hopkinsville lost district games with Madisonville and Logan County throughout all of this, they've rescheduled those games. Logan County will be on October 30th. Madisonville will be on the 6th. That means that Christian County and Bowling Green come off of the Hopkinsville schedule for now. Of course, that can all change if another team on the Hoptown schedule has to postpone because of COVID-19. The Tigers take a 2-1 record into their quarantine time.
The Christian County Colonels.
Christian County opened the season with a 28-20 win over Madisonville, and they haven't played since. They're scheduled to take the field again next week on the road at Greenwood. That will be a district game, the first of 3 in a row for the Colonels. They go to Bowling Green. They'll host Bowling Green on the 16th and go to South Warren on October the 23rd. Christian County is going to have to do some schedule shuffling as well, with just 5 games remaining on their schedule for the rest of this year.
The Russellville Panthers.
The Panthers were all set to go to Fulton County for their district opener tonight. Fulton County has a case of COVID-19, called Russellville this afternoon, saying that they had to cancel. Of course, at this late date, Russellville not able to schedule a replacement. Russellville 1-2 on the year, opened the season with a loss to Logan County, lost to Somerset last week, but beat Franklin Simpson a couple of weeks ago. Up next for the Panthers, they'll be at Edmonson County next week, and they'll go to Caverna on October the 16th. Checking the scoreboard from last night, Marshall County picked up their first win of the season, and the first win for first-year coach Steve Etheridge, 54-0 over Ballard Memorial. Landon Utley rushed for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. Garrett Parker added 2 touchdowns rushing. So did Cameron Bowerman, as the Marshalls ran for 206 in the contest. Ballard Memorial drops to 0-4 with the loss. They've only scored 8 points in 4 games this year. The shutout last night, the third in the first 4 games for Mark Brooks Bombers. Up next, Ballard Memorial has a district game at Murray next week, while Marshall County will visit Trigg County. Also on the scoreboard, Owensboro moved to 4-0 on the season. They hammered Muhlenberg County last night 55-0. Their stud quarterback, Gavin Wimsatt, 9 of 12 passing for 120 yards and 3 touchdowns. Also ran for 46 yards. Owensboro didn't have to do a lot on the ground. Ethan Avery, though, did rush for 71 yards and 2 touchdowns. Up next for Owensboro, they can claim the City County Championship as they play at Owensboro Catholic next week. Also last night, Warren East beat Warren Central 47-6 to even their season mark at 2-2 on the season. Isaiah G threw for 189 yards and 2 touchdowns. KJ Alexander ran for 105 and 4 scores. Warren Central has lost 49 straight games dating back to 2015. However, there's a good chance that streak won't reach 50. Next week, Warren Central's opponent is Hart County. That game is at Warren Central. Hart County comes into the contest next week with a record of 0-3 with losses to Butler County, Glasgow, and Adair County. Warren Central will host Tripp County in the last game of the regular season on November the 6th. A complete recap of tonight's high school football action can be found at yoursportsedge.com.
You're listening to Caldwell County Football on WPKY Princeton. We at the Edge Media Group believe in the power of prayer. That's why we're asking you to pray for our community. It's simple. Just record yourself on your phone and email us your prayer. Give your name and record your prayer. We'll do the rest. Email your prayer to prayerswpky@gmail.com. We'll broadcast a community prayer on the station every day around 10 in the morning and 10 in the evening. Before our morning prayer at 10, we will ring bells as requested by Governor Andy Beshear. We will get through this together.
At First Southern National Bank, we place a high value on the well-being of our customers and communities. With that in mind, we are taking steps that demonstrate how much we care about you. Our drive-through lanes will be available for daily needs, while in-person services can be scheduled by appointment. Take advantage of our online banking, our mobile banking app, and a friendly team member answering your call. Visit fsnb.net to learn more. First Southern National Bank, member FDIC.
Coming up next, we head to the stadium for pre-game coverage of the Caldwell County Tigers. This has been your Sports Edge Football Friday on WPKY 103.3 FM and worldwide at WPKYonline.com.
Fall is the beginning of flu season. Protect yourself with the flu vaccine at Health First Community Health Center. It's your best shot at stopping the flu from getting to you. Same-day appointments and walk-ins welcome. They make it easy to arm yourself against infection. Contact the Health First Community Health Center office toll-free at 1-877-667-7017 or visit one of their 7 locations for all your health needs. At Health First, your health is their first concern. That's Health First Community Health Center.
It's all at your fingertips now at WPKYonline.com. Local video, local news, local sports, local weather information, and of course, contests. Plus, you can listen to us on your smart device. Just click the Listen Now button. We've made it easier to find your favorite information. WPKYonline.com.
Tiger football is on the air on 1580 103.3 WPKY on your free WPKY app and worldwide streaming audio on WPKYonline.com. It's time for the Caldwell County Coaches Show on WPKY.
Good evening, Tiger fans, and welcome to the pregame interview with Tiger head coach Will Barnes. Tonight, the Tigers face a formidable task here in Mayfield, Kentucky against the Cardinals. This is a district game, and the Tigers look to try to beat Mayfield, a team that has not had much success of late. The Tigers are coming off a good win at home last Friday night, defeating the Ballard Memorial Bombers 50-8, and I'll be back with Coach Barnes to discuss what Mayfield might do on the offensive side of the ball after we pause for these messages from our sponsors.
A yearly flu vaccine is important now more than ever amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Protect yourself and your loved ones against flu viruses. At Caldwell Medical Center, they are making it easy and convenient. Skip the wait and get your flu shot at their drive-through site September the 28th through October the 2nd and October 5th through the 9th by appointment only. To schedule an appointment, please call them at 270-365-0333.
KFC Princeton invites you to come in and enjoy a meal, or of course the drive-thru is always open. The restaurant is open with limited capacity. You'll find that posted on the front door. And all tables are set up for social distancing. You are encouraged to wear your mask when entering and exiting the business. There is no buffet at this time. All dine-in orders are packaged as if they are to-go orders. Enjoy your favorite meal at KFC on the Marion Road in Princeton. Dine in, carry out, or drive-thru. They are here to serve you.
Is your business hiring? At the Edge Media Group, we believe in the power of radio and digital. Try utilizing our Find a Job page at WPKYonline.com. Your employment listing is housed on that page. We then use our radio mouthpiece to drive people to the listing. Now more than ever, you'll need to find resourceful and socially distanced ways to find quality people. Let us help. Visit Find a Job under Contests, Deals, Jobs at WPKYonline.com and click on our hiring ad to get started, or simply email marketing at WKDZradio.com.
Welcome back to the interview. Will, Mayfield is always a difficult challenge, no matter how down they are or how up they are.
Yeah, you know, Coach Morris is and his staff at Mayfield are some of the best coaches in the state of Kentucky, and they're always going to be a really good football team, really well coached, and definitely a tough team to play.
And I know in years past they have converted to the spread offense, and obviously they'll still run that tonight.
Yes, very similar offense to what we run, definitely.
I know coming off of last year, they lost a really sound athlete, quality quarterback, and now they're with a sophomore quarterback who I still think he's getting his feet wet, but looking like he's handling the position pretty well.
Yeah, it definitely. And he does a really nice job. I've been really impressed with him. Just being a sophomore, you know, you can tell he's getting better. Even during the game, you can see him getting better and getting more comfortable in their offense. And obviously last year they had Jaden Stinson back there, who was a talented quarterback. But, you know, in the last 10 or so years, maybe even a little bit longer, they've just rolled in another quarterback after quarterback that really do a good job. And that's a testament to their coaching staff.
It seems like they've had a quarterback maybe that could play that position for 3 years over the last 9 years. So it's like they've developed quarterbacks at Mayfield.
I think that has a lot to do with their coaching, that they're able to, you know, it's worked out. I think like you said, they play them, you know, that sophomore, junior year, and they get 2 or 3 years out of them. They all have done a really good job, and this kid's no different. He's going to be he is a good player, and he's going to continue to improve, be a really good player, you know, going forward.
And again, Mayfield always has a really strong running attack, and I'm sure we'll see some of that tonight too.
Yeah, they're, you know, to me, their best football player, and really, Colin Galbraith is not just one, you know, their best player. He's probably, you know, one of the top 2 or 3 players in Western Kentucky, and one of the better players in just the state. His ability on the offensive side of the ball, and he's playing some defense this year. He's just a really, really good football player.
And the other thing that Mayfield has that a lot of good teams have to have is they have a field goal kicker who's already made 1 this year. I was able to only get the stats from the first 2 games, but he was 1 out of 2 there. So anytime they get inside the 20 or near the 20, they're a threat to put points on the board.
Yeah, and that's very typical of the Mayfield team. You know, they're going to be very solid fundamentally in all aspects of the game.
Looking at some of the players that we'll see tonight from Mayfield, we've already spoken about the quarterback. He's number 9, Zane Cartwright. Through the first 2 games of this year, he was 22 out of 44 with 2 interceptions, throwing for 282 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's not run the ball very much, or not gained many yards. He's run it 4 times for a -3, so he's yet to show his running ability, or is that by design, we think?
Yeah, you know, we're still early in the year, and I think they're kind of figuring things out with him, and he's figuring the game out. But, you know, he's athletic enough to move around pretty well back there, and, you know, you may not see a ton of design runs for him, but he's definitely athletic enough to move around back there and cause you problems.
He certainly can break the pocket then.
Sure, absolutely.
We've mentioned number 4, Colin Galbraith, who has the workhorse of the carries so far for the first 2 games, 36 carries, 117 yards, and shifty, runs well, runs strong. Somebody we got to know where he's at all time tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, he is a really good back. He's got really good speed, but I think the people, until you watch him, you don't understand how strong he is. He bounces off tackles really easy. He has really good balance, and he's really tough to tackle. So we've got to really get to the football, get multiple guys there, and wrap up to get him on the ground.
And another running back from Mayfield, and this is a Mayfield name from way back, maybe even 2 generations, number 6, Trey Murrell, who's also in the backfield, has not run a lot this year, but certainly has the bloodlines, I think, to do that. Not a lot of running other than just Galbraith, it seems like. I don't know. I haven't seen the stats for the Union County game, so I'm not sure how they factored their running a game into that game last Friday night. But again, the receivers, we've got number 2, Daniel Coles. He's grabbed 8 passes this year for 173 yards, and the only 3 touchdowns that quarterback Cartwright has thrown. Number 5 is Isaac Stevenson. He's grabbed 5 for 51 yards. So these kids that I've just mentioned, are quick, speedy, good route runners.
Yeah, anytime you watch Mayfield play, they've got kids that really understand what they're trying to do offensively, and those kids at receiver have a good feel for what they're trying to do, and they're really good route runners, and they do a good job. So it'll definitely be a challenge for us in the secondary.
And one other receiver, number 7, is James Top. He has received 3 balls this year, picked up 22 yards. So again, several players have 1 catch each in those first 2 games. So Cartwright is not locked in on one receiver.
Yeah, they've got some nice weapons on the outside, and they do a good job of trying to spread the ball out. But at the end of the day, their offense is going to be ran around Galbraith, and we've got to do a good job against him.
When they run their offense, Will, do they, like us, have a hurry-up offense, or do they don't, or do they huddle?
No, they'll be no huddle like us, and when you play teams like that, it presents a challenge because they can dictate the pace if you let them. So we've got to be able to get 3 and outs where they can't control the pace, or if they want to go fast, they can, or if they want to slow it down, they can. So we'll have to, if we can force 3 and outs, that kind of takes that aspect of their game out.
And with the Tigers being on defense tonight, pressure up front from our front 3 is a must, or we have to neutralize the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, we'll have to do a really good job with those defensive linemen to have a good chance tonight. They've got a really good offensive line, so those guys will have to play really well up front so our linebackers can make tackles. We'll have to get some pressure on the quarterback so they're not running around in the secondary on us all night.
Well, and then we'll play the typical defense, cover 2, zone coverage, man-to-man.
Yeah, and another thing with how well Mayfield's coached, can't give them the same look every single time. So we'll try to mix it up just a little bit, but at the end of the day, we're going to do what we do and not venture too far off of that.
And I've heard this over and over again, not only from you, Will, but your dad, is you're not really concerned what the other team does. You're concerned with how your team does and how they execute, how they carry out their assignments.
Right. Mayfield's a really good team, so they're going to have good plays, and they're going to beat us on some plays, but we've got to be able to limit those plays and limit our mistakes. So those plays aren't, we have more good plays than they do, basically.
And looking at their ability on kickoff, I'm sure they can put guys back deep that are fast, good runners, and the like. And it didn't look like they've broken any kickoff returns this year, at least in the first 2 games. So do we want to kick it deep, or do we want to...
Last week, I think, I'm pretty sure they had a kickoff return for a touchdown. If it wasn't a touchdown, they got it down there really close. So, it's a typical Mayfield team. You got to be really selective in special teams of who you're kicking to and where you're kicking. So that'll be a really big part of the game, because those are games that can swing the outcome of the game one way or the other.
And that's been a look at the Mayfield offense, and we'll be back with Coach Barnes after these commercial messages to talk about the Mayfield defense.
Do you need assistance paying your electric bill? Money is still available to help through the LIHEAP program, and your friends at Penny Electric urge you to take advantage of this important opportunity. Applications will be accepted through the end of October or until funds are depleted on a first-come, first-served basis. It's as simple as a phone call to Pennyrile Allied Community Services in Hopkinsville at 270-886-6341. Pennyrile Electric, proud to power your life since 1937. Then, now, and always.
We invite you to join us each Sunday morning beginning at 6 and lasting till 1 for uplifting messages from several of our area churches. We may not be able to gather together, but we can share positive and encouraging words during these challenging days. Make plans to come together with us by radio on 1580 103.3 WPKY. You can even listen from our free app or at WPKYonline.com.
Proud supporter of Tiger Sports, Big John's Barbecue says, "Go Tigers."
Your home team at Trice Hughes wants to make sure your vehicle lasts as long as possible, especially since warmer weather means more driving. Trice Hughes reminds you that tire pressure is critical to maximizing the performance of your vehicle. From improved fuel mileage to smoother tire wear, make sure your tires are inflated to the correct PSI.
Trice Hughes is here for you and any questions you may have about your vehicle. Buy your next vehicle from the home team. Find them on Highway 91 North, Princeton, or at tricehughes.com.
And welcome back to the final segment of the coach's interview. Defensively, Will, what has Mayfield shown that you've been able to pick up on tape? Just typical Mayfield defense?
The last couple of years, they've been in an odd front, a 3-down front. Seen them in a little bit more of a nickel front or 4-down front this year, but doing a lot of the same things out of it. Like any other year, they're extremely well coached. Cliff Dew's their defensive coordinator, and he does a great job. He's one of the best defensive coordinators, and not just this end of the state, but in Kentucky, and could definitely be a head coach if he wanted to be. So he'll have those guys ready to play. We'll have to execute at a high level to be able to move the ball.
One of the things that I know they probably dropped off a little bit, one excellent athlete last year, I believe, was in their front three, front four, but they just seem to reload with defensive players and linebackers.
Yeah, they had Jax Rogers, who is Mike Rogers' son, who's coach at Paducah Tillman for a little while and coach at Graves County, and he had a knee injury earlier in the year. He was, a really good player as a sophomore, and I know, I hate that for any kid, and especially a kid, I know he works hard. It means a lot to him, and you hate to see that happen. So they kind of try to fill in there for him. That was a big leader loss for them, but they've done a good job. They've got good depth at all levels of their defense. So it'll be a great challenge for us.
In looking at their defense, I picked up, at least in those first two games, that Kylan Galbraith, who we have talked about, had 17 tackles through the first two games as a linebacker. So Mayfield probably will play 2, 3, 4 guys both ways.
Yeah, he's playing some linebacker. He is extremely active, is a good tackler. So we've got to be aware of where he's at, try to get a hat on him, try to get multiple hats on him to try to limit his effectiveness on defense, because just like on offense, he's all over the place and does a really good job.
Who on their front line, their front three or front four, maybe could cause some problems if you have the name? Or
they've got a kid that played last year's number 68. His last name's Price, I think, is a big kid that gave us some problems last year. And he's been playing some offensive line and defensive line. So, he gave us some problems last year. There's a number 53. I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
DeMarco Gammons.
Yeah, he's a kid that's really good size that can cause you problems. The Watkins kid, I think, is number 15.
All right, I'm good
is
now.
another kid that is a good football player, played for him some last year. So, they've got some good kids that they can get in and out of there, and, we've got to be ready to play really well up front.
I know one name I picked out here, number 58, Gabe Spalding, had 8 tackles through the first 2 games, and it looks like he plays a little bit of offense as well. And number 2, Daniel Coles, a defensive back, also a wide receiver. Number 1 is Ben Gloyd, 11 tackles. He's also a wide receiver. So because they're in this offense and because they know what we're doing, we also know what they're doing, per se.
Yeah, and the Coles kid in the secondary does a really good job. You know, he does a great job in the secondary. They've got some good kids in the secondary that play really well. So, you know, they'll play some man coverage. So we've got to be able to win one-on-one matchups. And if we can't win those one-on-one matchups, it'll be really tough for us to move the ball.
And like we didn't get to see this last week, Travion, but Travion's going to have another tough night where he runs the ball. He's probably going to be hit 3 or 4 times before he goes down. So, but you do feel like you'll be giving the ball to Travion several times.
Yeah, he'll definitely be in the game plan, running the ball, and you know, it may be 2-3 yard runs, but we've got to be able to get some 6-7 yard runs, you know, in there if we're going to be successful tonight.
I did hear him just a minute ago.
Mayfield is a really, really fine football team. I'm sure they're also sure tacklers as well.
Yeah, they do a great job of pursuit, and you know, they don't miss many tackles, but if they do, you know, another guy's right there to clean it up. And again, that goes to coaching and their kids buying in.
And with our ability at quarterback and Russ Bashir being able to run, how much of an extra burden does that put on the defense?
Yeah, and, you know, I think we kind of saw that a little bit more in the effectiveness of it in the Hopkinsville game than we probably have in his 2 years of playing. You know, he was able to get some positive yards running, and that's just a added dimension to the offense and can create.
I've got plenty of those if you need them, Bob.
Okay. In the run game, when you can gain a blocker by having the quarterback run.
And again, with our ability, and I think, in my opinion, Russ is improving really well in the passing game. We're gonna put pressure on Mayfield's defense by throwing the ball. We're not just gonna pack it in there and try to run 60% of the game tonight. We're just gonna be a typical Caldwell County football team.
Yeah, to beat Mayfield and to have a chance to beat Mayfield, you've got to be able to make some explosive plays. And, you know, some of that's going to have to come from the passing game. That's got to be a part of your plan. You know, you can't just expect to go in there and run it 35 or 40 times and be very successful. You got to balance out the touches as much as possible.
Yes.
You know, get our best players the ball in key situations. And that's, you know, what you got to do offensively to give yourself a chance.
And I know last week and the week before, we began to get a few more players in the game, especially last week with James Carnahan. So perhaps he may be a threat tonight. He looks like he gets to the outside pretty quick.
Yeah, Javis has done a good job and had a good game Monday night against Crittenden County, and Logan Chambliss is another kid that's right there that doing some good things, and if they'll keep progressing, their time on the varsity team will increase as well.
Speaking of the JV game, this past Monday, we won that game over Crittenden?
Yeah, we won 14-6, so it was a really good game, and probably didn't play as well, especially in the first half, as we have in the first couple of games, but you know, we were able to get a lead and win that game, and you know, Crittenden's got a pretty good JV team.
And the other thing is, a lot of these JV kids played Friday night, have to turn right around Monday night and play a pretty physical football game, I'm sure, because Crittenden has the makings of a real physical football team. I'm sure their younger players as well are in that same mold.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, you know, their JV team, you know, was definitely more physical JV teams that we've played this year for sure. So, you know, testament to those guys to play a bunch Friday night and being ready to go Monday.
And because we are here in Mayfield tonight, how many tickets were allotted to Tiger fans?
We got 350. So, you know, we were able to take care of our kids and their parents and whoever they wanted to come, so that was
Russ
really
is
good.
passing at 65% completion.
Obviously on the visitor side, and then we have a section on the home side as well. So appreciate Coach Morris and their administration for, you know, making that available to the visiting team, and then that's been a great thing.
And weather-wise, it's going to be beautiful. It's a beautiful day right now. Obviously, it's going to be a little cool tonight after the game, so just typical great football weather for this time of year.
Yeah, that's good. You know, it's getting into football weather, and that means district play is here, and you know, we've got a big game tonight.
And on the injury front, Will, what do we know about the really the only person we've had injured so far this year has been Logan Smiley. He's nursed himself back to health for the most part.
He's been, progressing through each week, doing what he's supposed to. He's looked better this week than in practice than I thought he would. So, he may be able to get a couple of snaps in tonight. He's not quite ready, to play a full game just yet.
And when we put him in the game tonight, whereabouts will he play more defense, maybe a little offense, or a combination?
He'll be playing on the offense. Okay. Yeah, we'll it's a little bit easier to control those snaps on offense, and so he'll play some on offense, and very, very minimal though.
Any final thoughts going into tonight's game?
We're playing a really good football team tonight. It's a big district game, and when you play Mayfield, you better go down there ready to play for 4 quarters, because you might be up or tied at halftime, and they pulled away from us several occasions in the second half. So we've got to play full 4 quarters to expect to have a chance to win the game tonight.
And I agree with that. I know it seems like we hold them great game for the first 2 quarters, and then maybe a couple games over the last 3 or 4 we've haven't come apart, but we've faltered a little bit down the stretch.
Yeah, they've really, some of those games have really gotten after us in that 3rd quarter and really separated themselves. So hopefully going into the game, it's a good football game in the first half, and those 5, 6 minutes out after halftime will be extremely important.
And looking at their number of football players, just looking at their roster, they have over 60 players out for football, and I know, as you just mentioned, as well coached as they are, a lot of those kids are getting one-on-one supervision, and they're just waiting to reload, so to speak.
Yeah, their whole staff, just with how close Coach Morris and my dad were, I've got to talk with him quite a bit, and he's helped me out tremendously in the last year. He's a great family friend, and the staff that he's put together is second to none, and that it's obvious to see how successful they've been. It's not, it's for a reason.
And like you say, they know how to coach. They get kids better.
Just like we were talking about with the quarterback, he looks so much better in just a game, going from the Graves game to the Union County game, and he'll continue that, and that's how their kids are. They buy in to their coaching. Their coaches do a great job, and they just keep getting better and better as the year goes on.
And again, just like we all know, Mayfield's well coached, but obviously I feel like the Tigers are well coached as well. So it's always a great event to watch.
I hope so. I hope it is a great event to watch tonight.
And that's going to do it for this interview. My thanks to Tiger head coach Will Barnes for taking the time out for this interview. Join us tonight for the live stream on WPKYonline.com and the radio broadcast at WPKY-FM 103.3 as the Tigers are here in Mayfield. And the crew of Dennis Stevens, Todd Griffin, Chris George, John Miller, and myself will bring you the live stream and radio broadcast. For Tiger head coach Will Barnes and your host Bob Hayes, thanks for your time. Now let's get ready for some football.
Black Patch Grill says, "Go Tigers. Good luck this season."
Community leaders around the area are supporting the greatest comeback of all time.
And I know that all of our local businesses are supporting each other and doing the best we can to get our community back together and back in working order. So thank you all so much.
Just try and get back to some sort of normality again, have something to eat and socialize. I think a big part of it is people just missing socializing as people, even if it is 6 foot apart. I mean, you just to be back out again and doing things, it was good. So yeah, we've been busy and we've been getting a lot of good support. It's certainly worth it. And I mean, and to thank the city as well. When we opened, they give us outdoor tables that we can use as well, because obviously you can have the outdoor dining with the restrictions that are still inside. So, and it's nice to have some outdoor seating around Hopkins. I think people enjoy it, and it's nice to just see some activity in the streets.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Continue supporting local. Together, we can make a difference.
Did you know that U-Ride in Princeton will buy your vehicle? They're always looking for quality inventory. So if you'd like to sell yours, talk to the nice folks at U-Ride.
I am ready. This is going to be a good game, I think.
U-Ride is here. Things are a little different now, but they're still here to deliver the same great customer service that they always have. Just call for an appointment with one of their sales specialists. Call 270-365-3018. On-the-lot financing is available. You can even apply online at uridesales.com. U-Ride on the Marion Road in Princeton.
Time to head live to the stadium for a preview of tonight's action with the WPKY Sports Crew. The Caldwell County Tiger pregame show is on the air.
And good evening, everybody, and welcome to Mayfield, Kentucky. It's the Cardinals and the Tigers tonight here on 1580 103.3 WPKY. Dennis Stevens, Bob Hayes, John Miller up in the booth. Down on the sideline, Todd Griffin, and we'll get to talk to him in just a little bit as we get set to get underway on the Stevens Show Plumbing pregame show. We're about 27 minutes away from kickoff in this one. We'll take a quick break, come back and start breaking it down. The Tigers and the Cardinals tonight here on WPKY.
Good luck, Tigers. Have a great season. From Treasures Remembered.
At First Southern National Bank, we place a high value on the well-being of our customers and communities. With that in mind, we are taking steps that demonstrate how much we care about you. Our drive-through lanes will be available for daily needs, while in-person services can be scheduled by appointment.
Dennis, can you hear me?
Take advantage of our online banking, our mobile banking app, and a friendly team member answering your call. Visit fsnb.net to learn more. First Southern National Bank.
You get cool, Bob, let me know and I'll close that window.
Penny Ryle Home Medical hopes all Tiger athletes have a great season. Go Tigers.
Raider Auction Company is owned and operated by Delbert Raider. Delbert has been in the agricultural field for over 40 years and is well known for his knowledge of used equipment. Raider Auction holds 4 consignment auctions a year, and they buy and sell equipment on a daily basis. If you're looking for a piece of equipment, they'll do their best to locate it, and financing is available. Contact Delbert Raider at 270-881-2610 or Amy Ezel at 270-604-2880 for all your used equipment needs. Raider Auction Company, Skyline Drive.
Magnolia 2 wants to wish all Tiger athletes the best of luck this season. Go Tigers!
Suffering from a physical or mental disability that prevents you from working can turn your life upside down. You may have no alternative but to file for Social Security disability benefits. If you get denied, don't lose hope. Call attorney Matt Schock in Princeton, Kentucky at 270-365-MATT. Matt has been working for nearly a decade at getting people approved. If you receive a denial letter from Social Security, call Matt Schock at 270-365-MATT. That's 270-365-6288.
This is an advertisement.
Enjoy your favorite Mexican food at La Pontesina Mexican Restaurant. They're open 7 days a week. It is recommended to wear a face mask while walking in and out of the restaurant. They're operating at limited seating capacity and offering carry-out service. Just wear your mask when you pick up your order. Always practice social distancing. They appreciate your business and are ready to serve you. Stay safe. La Pontesina Mexican Restaurant, Princeton and Marion.
And welcome back to Mayfield, Kentucky. War Memorial Stadium, the site tonight, as the Caldwell County Tigers and the Mayfield Cardinals will do battle. Both teams coming into tonight at 2-1 on the season. A big one here as far as the district goes. You want to get that top seed and probably play Ballard in the opening round and rest some of your players, Bob, as you get into district play. But a big one here tonight. Mayfield, the runner-up last year, I should say, in Class 2A, lost to Somerset 34-31 in the 2A championship game. They lost a premier quarterback off of the squad last year, but he's being replaced like Mayfield always does with a pretty good quarterback. So this one is, even though some people say Mayfield might be down, they're Mayfield.
Exactly, Dennis. The fact that their quarterback this year is a sophomore, and as Coach Barnes mentioned in the interview, he's only improving from game to game. So we have to really just be aware of where he is tonight. In the I'm not sure what he did in the Union County game, but through the first 2 games, he was at 50%, 22 out of 44 attempts, did not run the ball much. So but again, Mayfield just gets excellent coaching, and the players do get better.
They still have the Galbraith kid at running back, over 1,500 yards last year, senior this year. So that's got to be a number that Caldwell County has to keep in their vision the entire 4 quarters.
We have to know where he is at all times, especially in the backfield. He's also one of their mainstays on defense, leading the team in tackles. So maybe we can wear him down a little bit tonight, where he's a little bit less effective in the third and fourth quarter than he is in the first 2 quarters.
Just about 24 minutes before we kick this one off, here on the Steve Shope Plumbing pregame show, Stephen Shope Plumbing is dedicated to ensuring their customers' plumbing needs are met in a timely and professional manner. They provide basic services such as a leaky faucet repair or even drain cleaning, all the way up to major remodels and new construction. That's Stephen Shope Plumbing, and proud to have him and his crew as the pregame sponsors all season here on Tiger football. Caldwell County comes in, as we said, at 2-1 on the season. Looked good last week, took care of business early against Ballard Memorial, played a lot of kids. So they're coming in rested, reasonably healthy. I think we're getting back Logan Smiley tonight for the first time this season. So talk a little bit about that offense that we didn't see a lot of last week with the starters on the field, but the backups did great as well last week.
And if you can say Mayfield is improving, I think you can say the same thing for Caldwell County. They are improving with the ability that Russ has at quarterback to not only pass the ball but run the ball. Puts an added dimension to me on the Mayfield defense. We have excellent receivers that can catch the ball. Barron Wells is playing inside this year rather than on the outside, and when we get the ball in his hands, it's poetry in motion. He's liable to take it all the way every time he touches the ball, and we've got guys on the outside, Max Kramer, Trip Branch, that catch the ball well, and then we have the tight end Tate Van Hoosier, who not only catches it but runs well after the catch.
Bob, something that Russ Bashir does really well, takes care of the football. 65% completion mark coming into tonight, so he's got that senior season going right now. He's got some experience under his belt. He's not going to make the silly passes. He's beyond that. He's going to, if he doesn't have a play there, if he doesn't have a receiver open, he knows to get rid of the ball, not take the big loss. So he's playing really well right now, as well as anybody in this end of the state.
And as the game develops and he picks up the Mayfield rush as to what they're doing on their front 3, front 4, whatever they will play tonight, he's apt to take off and run the ball. Excellent runner up the middle and around the end. So and he's able to get out of the pocket too if he has to break off his passing attempt to get outside, and then again he's smart. He throws the ball away if he can't do anything with it with his feet.
Bob, you look down at the stats a little bit. The Ballard game last year kind of made the stats off kilter a little bit, if you will. You look at the rushing yardage. After a great game last week, Jameis Carnahan, actually the leading rusher on the season for Caldwell County with 141 yards. But we really look for a lot of Travion Samuel tonight out of the backfield.
Travion is going to, again, do what he does best, and that's run heavy, run hard in traffic. Probably a little quickness, just like Hopkinsville. Was able to pick up 50-some-odd yards in that game, and he knows his work is cut out for him. But he practices ball security real well. He's not laid the ball on the ground yet this year. So Travion's going to get a heavy dose of the football tonight, and I don't know whether – I know Logan Smiley is probably going to play a little bit on offense, and I'm not sure whether Jameis Carnahan, who had the great rushing game last week, will get some action snaps, or Logan Chambliss. Both of those kids have played well in all 3 JV games this year. The Tigers have won all 3 of them. So we've got kids that are playing JV ball, getting better there, playing last week against Ballard, getting better there. So I'm sure Coach Barnes has more weapons at his disposal 4 games into the season than he did the first game of the season.
Just about 20 minutes before we kick this one off, talking about the Tiger offense right now, Bob, we're going to talk about the receivers a little bit, then I want to have you talk about the center that's playing great ball this season. But as far as receivers goes, Barron Wells and Trip Branch are doing a great job right now. Wells averaging 71 yards a game, Branch right at 45 yards a ball game. So they're taking care of the football. They're catching it well. And Wells has some blazing speed if you get him in the open or get him one-on-one.
Not only blazing speed, but ability to run with the football and run to daylight. Cut back is his forte. He just runs to daylight and gets out there pretty quick.
And then if you need that short pass, you've got Tate Van, who's as sure-handed as any receiver on the team.
Very sure-handed and very tough after the catch and hard to bring down. And then we've got Tripp, who's 6'4", can go up and get the ball with sure hands and is an excellent route runner. And then you got Max Kramer, who is really, really speedy on the end, great hands. He'll go both ways tonight, defense as a corner and wide out as a offensive player.
Just strolling through Twitter a little bit tonight during the pregame, during the coaches show, a lot of colleges are interested in Tripp Branch, and they're all sending hellos tonight from the likes of Center and other colleges. So a lot of people looking at Tripp, and hopefully he'll have a good game tonight for those guys. Bob, a kid that we don't mention a lot that's really made some of the biggest improvement, I think, from game one to where we come into Mayfield tonight is our new center.
Absolutely, and he is number 56, Brady Holman. Brady was an offensive guard last year, moved to center this year, so Coach Barnes could get Dalton Haney out to a tackle position, and our offensive line is played really well. We've got Brady Holman in center. The two guards are Gavin Board and Sam Toich. The tackles are Michael Vickery, Dalton Haney. The wide out on one side is Max Kramer. The tight end on the other side is Tate Van Hoosier. Of course, we got Russ and Travion, Barron Wells, and Tripp Branch in the backfield. But Brady has solidified that offensive line to the point where after that first game, I've not seen a snap other than perfect the last two games.
Oh, the improvement from game one to game two was just amazing. I mean, his snaps have been online ever since that first game, so tip of the hat to him early on tonight. About 17 minutes away before we kick this one off. Perfect night for football here in Mayfield. Just clear skies, cool temperatures. The temperature expected to be down near the upper 40s by the time we get well into this one tonight, so a good game here in Mayfield. We're going to take a break here on the Stephen Show Plumbing pregame show. When we come back, we'll talk about the Caldwell defense and also visit the field for the first time tonight with sideline reporter Todd Griffin. All of that coming your way as we roll on with the Stephen Show Plumbing pregame show on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Go Tigers from Taco John's. Have a great season, Tiger athletes.
I'm Clay Follis, and
we'll take another break before the open.
Diapers to daycare.
I'm going to go to Todd out of the break, though. I'm going
to
text him.
To save money at my house. We recently refinanced and saved more than a full % on our interest rate on a loan that was just over a year old. Rates are near all-time lows, so whether you're refinancing or buying, now's the time to apply online at yournxtbank.com. Farmers Bank and Trust Company, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Cozy Living Interior and Boutique, cheering on all Tiger athletes.
Mike Vrabel coaches them on Sundays and now breaks it down for you on Mondays on the Mike Vrabel Show, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Join us for the Mike Vrabel Show on an all-new night, Monday nights at 6. Got a question for the coach? Call 877-848-2671 or tweet him a question at Titans Radio.
106.5 WKDZ.
Do another 2 minutes there.
Your local McDonald's wants you to know that they're ready to serve you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've always had their drive-thru, and now they're offering curbside pickup service as well. To avoid the wait in the drive-thru, you can download the McDonald's app and try curbside pickup. They appreciate your patience and understanding during this time. We are all having to adjust to this new way of life. It's temporary, but in the meantime, enjoy breakfast, lunch, or dinner at your local McDonald's.
Good luck to all Tiger athletes from Bella Marie Boutique. Go Tigers!
This is Carol at the Woodall Agency. I'm asking you for the opportunity to give you a quote for your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, or mobile home. With competitive rates and several companies to choose from, you'll be getting the insurance that is right for you. Premiums keep getting higher. Give me a call today at 365-5541 or 601-5001 at our Lyon County office. We would love to have you as part of our Woodall Agency family.
Microphone
And back to Mayfield, Kentucky. Caldwell County, Mayfield tonight in a big district matchup. Dennis Stevens, Bob Hayes, John Miller up in the booth. And down on the sideline, our sideline reporter Todd Griffin. Let's take our first visit down to the sideline with Todd tonight.
All right, Dennis, thanks. Gary Goodacre and I down here on the sideline tonight. And Gary, Caldwell County looking for one of those rare things in Western Kentucky high school football, a win at Mayfield.
I believe a win tonight would give us double-digit wins in history against Mayfield. We're looking for number 10,
And if you're going to get number 10, going to win it all against Mayfield, you need a lot of things to go right. One of them is have a senior-laden team and play a team that, for Mayfield standards, is inexperienced. This is one of those chances we may have to get them.
A lot of years this has been a game either at the end of the season or toward the end of the season, so you kind of had a feel for both teams at that point. I'm not sure through 3 weeks of the season we have a great feel just yet on either the Caldwell County Tigers or the Mayfield Cardinals.
One of the benefits of having to play Mayfield this early is they haven't had time to identify who they are. Plus, this is a team that last year was in the state finals, a play away from winning, and they were very senior-laden then. This might be the time to see that we have a chance to exploit some things they haven't figured out yet, but conversely, same with us.
Mayfield leads the all-time series 42-9-1. And I think with just about every team in Western Kentucky, if you went back through the series, Mayfield holds some kind of similar advantage. Caldwell County's last win down here came in 2008. The quarterback that night, Will Barnes.
Will Barnes has a history here, of course, being a player, and he's seen the tradition down here, but I believe he's going to be up to the challenge. I love his play calling. He's definitely got weapons. Barron Wells on the outside. You've got Trip Branch. You've got Tate and the receiver and Max Kramer. I like the fact that I believe we can throw on them, but I believe this game's going to be won with our defensive line. If we're going to get pressure on a new line and a new quarterback, that's going to allow our secondary to take chances and not have to guard man-to-man so long. I think the D-line is going to be the key for us tonight.
The Mayfield program so deep and such a proud history, though. They play for state championships every year. And, again, you go back and look at the series, and that's why they have the big lead there. If you go back over the last 12 years or so, though, Caldwell County may have had about as much success against Mayfield as anybody, picking up 3 wins in that time.
And one game, if the officials know how to run a time, we have 4, I think.
You said that.
I did say
I agree with that.
I did say it, and I'll say it again. But nevertheless, that game was close also. We had a good run where we were very competitive, and Mayfield just reloads. But the way I look at it is we got to play the team, not the jersey. If Caldwell just looks at what they are and attacks what they do, then I think we're in a very close game. Not a gimme, but it's going to be a game where we can't make mistakes like at Hoptown. We do that, we're not going to beat any good team, Mayfield included.
Caldwell County won down here in 2008, won back at home in 2009 to get a couple of back-to-back wins there. Of course, that was the big rainstorm game. Also got a 48-41 win in the Elijah Sindelar era, which was a big win back at Tiger Stadium.
That may have been one of the most amazing scenes I had ever seen at the stadium. Didn't we come in about 5:30 and it was already full? Scouts. It was just a great environment, and I believe we saw 2 of the best teams in Western Kentucky that night play toe-to-toe.
If I remember correctly, both teams were unbeaten, and both teams were ranked number 1 in their respective classes that night.
I believe they were both 9-0, and that was the game where the TV station around was there. We had our radio. We had people from recruiting services, and I think it also showcased the fact that, yes, it was definitely a good game for Elijah, but Jalen Boyd went off big too, if I recall.
Looking at tonight's game, the Tigers have to play well tonight. We can all sit here and say, oh, it's a down year for Mayfield, but Mayfield's still about as good as everybody else, even in a down year.
Yes, and what I'd like to have happen is I want us to make a good accord no matter what we do, because much to you and I's chagrin, we have this playoff setup where you play your district again. And I don't think you do any rope-a-dope. I don't think you trick. I think you try to win because the stakes of getting the number 1 seed are so great. Do you want to play the 4 seed or the 2 or the 3? And we all know the difference in talent there. It's too much of an advantage to give up. You've got to go for the wins.
Caldwell County and Mayfield here tonight at War Memorial Stadium. Dennis, back up to you and Bob in the press box tonight.
All right, thank you, Todd, for that sideline reporting, Gary. Just about 10 minutes before we kick this one off. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about the Caldwell County defense as we continue on the Stephen Show Plumbing pregame show on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Good luck to all Tiger athletic teams from Josh Ray at Woodman Life.
At First Southern National Bank, we place a high value on the well-being of our customers and communities. With that in mind, we are taking steps that demonstrate how much we care about you. Our drive-through lanes will be available for daily needs, while in-person services can be scheduled by appointment. Take advantage of our online banking, our mobile banking app, and a friendly team member answering your call. Visit fsnb.net to learn more. First Southern National Bank, member FDIC.
We've all heard the phrase, service above self, or servant's heart. There are some that actually live by this. We call these folks hometown heroes. Nominate your hometown hero by going to WPKYonline.com and clicking on Hometown Hero. They just may be recognized as the Hometown Hero of the Month.
As a community-owned enterprise, the Princeton Electric Plant Board provides services to the people in the Princeton area. One of the services they provide is to make sure the lights are on over our fields and courts for our Caldwell County Tigers. From everyone at the Princeton Electric Plant Board, good luck to all of the Caldwell County Tigers and hopes for a safe season. And a big electric roar to their Tigers. Tate Van Hooser, Addie Vinson, Lily Horde, and Easton Kizzy.
Cozy Living Interior and Boutique, cheering on all Tiger athletes.
U-Ride has upped their game. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new ball game. It's an all-new sales team, bringing 33 years of experience to work for you. They're here to serve your vehicle needs from start to finish, and they do it all safely with a personalized hometown feel. More variety with better quality. On-the-lot financing, and you can apply safely online at uridesales.com. Call for an appointment today with one of their friendly sales staff. U-Ride on the Marion Road, Princeton, 270-365-3018.
Get into shape and feel good at Trilogy Performance Sports. Trilogy offers a wide range of family-friendly classes as well as personal training, yoga, gymnastics, sports training, cardio, and weightlifting. Trilogy has something for everyone. Trilogy now offers an app with online workouts, live classes, nutrition tracking, and more. Search Trilogy Performance Sports in your app store. Use sign-up code 1824. For app info and more, follow them on Facebook.
The time for talk is over. It's game time. Caldwell County football lives on WPKY. Let's check in with the WPKY sports crew live at the stadium.
And back to Mayfield, Kentucky. Dennis Stevens along with Bob Hayes, John Miller up in the booth. Todd Griffin sit on the sidelines tonight for a big one here at Mayfield as the Tigers and the Cardinals both come in at 2-1 on the season. Just about 6.5 minutes before we kick this one off, Bob, we had the national anthem during the break. Great job by the Mayfield band performing that tonight. Taking a look at the defense tonight, you've got a big night opportunity for Caldwell County tonight to handle one of the best backs in West Kentucky in Galbraith, over 1,500 yards on the ground last season. To win this game, of course, we've got to be efficient on offense, take care of the football, but defensively, I'm thinking we got to have a monster game out of Elijah Shaheen.
Well, as mentioned by Gary when we went down to the field, I agree. The key tonight, I think, is our front three of Angel Long at the nose, number 52, Elijah Sheen on one side, he's number 54, and on the other side, Drew Davis, 55. If we can create some turmoil in that offensive line and maybe sneak through and get to the quarterback, it definitely helps our chances. We have two strong inside linebackers in number 14, Russ Bashir, number 32, Tate Van Hooser. And on the outside, one of our favorite players, Dennis, is number 50, John Paredes.
Absolutely.
On the other one, who's having an excellent season, number 15, Clayton Wolford. Then you've got the cornerbacks, number 21, Barron Wells, who's as good as anyone. You've got number 2, Max Kramer. Both those were starters last year. You've got Tripp Branch at strong safety. Tripp knows how to tackle, knows how to play defense as well, able to catch the ball, errant passes. And free safety, number 12, Jack Stevens, who is one of my favorite players and will tackle anything that moves.
And you hope that he doesn't get a lot of hits on Galbraith tonight in that defensive secondary. I hope we can contain him mostly at the line tonight. But like you said, Stevens is having a phenomenal year. First year as a full-time starter back in that safety spot and doing a great job. In fact, he and Shaheen both tied for the team lead in tackles at this point, 16 on the season. Shaheen has 5 for a loss, 5 of his tackles for a loss. So defensively, Caldwell County is looking pretty good.
Hey, we are, and as you mentioned, I think the key tonight is Elijah Shaheen. If he's becoming a really force, only a junior, his upside potential is still way off the spectrum.
4 minutes before we kick this one off, here on the Stephen Show Plumbing pregame show. Stephen Show Plumbing is dedicated to ensuring their customers' plumbing needs are met in a timely and professional manner. They'll do everything, basic services like a leaky faucet or drain cleaning, all the way up to major remodels and new construction. That's Stephen Show Plumbing. Bob, tangibles that may come into play in this ball game. We've got one of the better kickers in this end of the state in Blake Viverette. We watched some of the warm-ups in pregame. Plenty of distance from 40, 45 yards or more, while Mayfield, on the other hand, kicking some of their pregame kicks, maybe 25 yards, 30 at the top.
Exactly. Mayfield brought down here in front of us. They're limited to 20, 25 yards effectively. They back up. They rush the ball. Line drive, but Blake is an outstanding weapon for us, and we don't have to get into the 20-yard line or 15 to have a shot. We can probably nail one from 45 as he's comfortable in that range.
Coin toss taking place down on the field. Bob, if you want to tell about our sponsor for the coin toss, I'll try to keep an eye and see who gets the coin toss win tonight.
Coin toss is brought to us by Farless Realty. Are you ready to sell your home? Call Farless Realty today and let a realtor sell it for you. Ready to buy a home? Don't waste precious time. Farless Realty can help, and interest rates are still reasonably low. They will work hard to find you a home that will fit you and your family and your budget. Contact Farless Realty at 270-365-5058 or stop by 323 South Jefferson Street in Princeton. Check out all their listings on Facebook and at farlessrealty.com.
And, Bob, they tossed the coin. Of course, this year with the COVID restrictions, you've got the two head coaches out for the coin toss. No indication yet who won. I suspect this will be back to a normal situation, unlike against Ballard last week. Whoever wins the toss, you would expect to defer to the second half. So we'll see who does receive in the first half and assume that they did defer. Report from the sideline, Todd said the lights are out towards our left end. So I think Truck is here working on those, trying to get those lit up on that end of the field.
It is dark down on the left end, come to think of it, Dennis.
I thought it was just my vision getting
I thought I was suffering too.
Glad to know it's the lights here at Mayfield, and they are working on that as we speak. No indication, again, from the official who won the toss, so we'll just assume, like we said, whoever receives will have deferred to the second half. Kickoff tonight is going to be brought to you by Purcell Tire. Let's kick off this season with a vehicle checkup with Purcell Tire in Princeton. Keep your vehicle running great so that you'll never be late for schoolwork or the ball game with the help of Purcell Tire on Highway 62 West in Princeton. Bob, just before the kickoff here, as we normally do every Friday night, we're going to have our prayer here in the booth, and I'll start that out here tonight. Holy God, thank you for another Friday night. We ask that you protect each student that steps on the field tonight, and we also ask that you bless the efforts of each student in ways they never thought possible. In Jesus' name we pray.
Further, Lord, we ask you to give courage and sportsmanship to the players, patience and understanding to the coaches, wisdom and knowledge to the game officials, and lastly, peace to us all. We ask these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. I think while they're working on the lights, Bob, we got time for a couple of notes here. Schedule change here. Oh, well, let me ID first. Take 5 seconds for identification. This is Tiger Football on WPKY Princeton. Schedule change, broadcast change coming up on Tuesday night. This is a big one, big addition to the broadcast week coming up. Volleyball on Tuesday night. Caldwell County and Henderson at 7 o'clock at the Cab. It doesn't get any bigger than that when it comes to volleyball in this area.
The two top teams in the second region, and Caldwell County is the favorite to win the second region this year. And I think this weekend, Dennis, we are maybe at Ballard playing the All-A, this part of the state, first and second region, so a chance to advance further if we take care of business at Ballard tomorrow.
And we want to get to the injury report. We have that usually in the pregame report. Injury report brought to you by Dr. Mike Littlejohn. Dr. Mike would like to wish the Tigers a safe and successful season. Dr. Mike Littlejohn is your one-stop shop for all of your sports medical needs. And the big one is a good medical note tonight with the addition of a player for the first time this season.
The injury report tonight is really in our favor. We've had a young man out, number 13, Logan Smiley, for the first 3 games of the season with a hamstring injury. He's back tonight, probably most likely for limited duty, but he is healthy, improving, and we should see him on the field at some time or the other tonight. Other than that, we're completely healthy.
And a note from the sideline, Todd said they are working on the lights on our end, so hopefully we'll have those going shortly. And he believes that Mayfield won the toss and deferred to the second half, so that sounds like Caldwell County will take the opening kickoff tonight. One score from this week already in on Thursday night, a rare Thursday night high school game. Marshall County picked up their first win of the season, 54-0 win over Ballard County. So Marshall County picks up their first win. Ballard 0-4 now on the season. Referees in a group at midfield waiting on the lights to be repaired and be turned on. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be set for kickoff, hopefully, here on Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
For a delicious meal, try Kay's Kitchen in Princeton. They have great home cooking, just like Mom and Grandma used to do. Enjoy cook-to-order breakfast every day, all day. Daily lunch specials include favorites like open-faced roast beef, grilled chicken tenderloins, country fried steak, smoked pork chops, and catfish and shrimp on Fridays. All your favorite veggies, too. And don't forget Kay's homemade desserts. Open Monday through Thursday, 5 to 2, Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturday, 5:30 to 11. Kay's Kitchen, 501 North Jefferson Street, Princeton, 1 block from the courthouse.
Fortner Gas is a full-service propane company offering services in western Kentucky. You'll find offices located in Princeton and Cadiz. They're your local and family-owned propane supplier. Browse their website and discover the many services and products available to you at Fortner Gas. You can shop in person or online, and they can answer any and all questions in person or on the phone. If they are already your propane supplier, they say thank you. If not, they'd love to be. Contact Fortner Gas Company, a family tradition of service since 1951.
Hey guys, it's Kelly Capps with Farmers Bank. Buying a home can be stressful, and I'm sure you have many questions like what's a good rate? What type of loan is right for me? I'm here to walk you through the process.
Todd and he can report
Whether
about
you're
the lights
buying your
center.
first home, downsizing, or looking to upgrade, Farmers Bank has the options for you. We offer rural housing, VA loans, and so much more. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to give me a call, or you can apply online at yournxtbank.com. Farmers Bank and Trust Company, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Back to Mayfield, Kentucky. Caldwell County and Mayfield in a big one here tonight at War Memorial Stadium. Dennis Stevens and Bob Hayes getting set for the call. And Bob, in a little bit of a delay here tonight as the lights are out towards the left end of the field as we look down on the field from our broadcast position. So they have a truck working on those. For a report, we'll take it down to the sideline with Todd Griffin.
All right, Dennis, thanks. Gary and I back down here, and right now we're just watching them work on the lights. We have one pole that has all the lights off, and Gary, right now they're trying to work on it, but we are in a delay.
Would you expect anything less? Big game, and now you've got to deal with that. And, you know, the kids have got to deal with that. They've been hyped up, and now they've got to basically readjust. The coaches have to as well. I don't know if this is going to be a big disadvantage for either team, but I kind of wish that this situation had already been taken care of, but did it just happen recently? I was doing something else.
I'm not sure. I just looked up and saw the lights were out, and the next thing I know, a truck's pulling up, and we're working on them. So I think there's enough light in the stadium that we could probably go ahead and play. This stadium is pretty well lit as far as a lot of football stadiums go anyway. So just depending on what the coaches want to do and the officials, but we could probably go ahead and start the game and still have plenty of light.
It does look pretty good, but I'm not over there. We're here at midfield, and right now it looks very good over here, but we're on the side with the light on all the poles. What I'm looking for in this game from a perspective of running the ball is we're going to be trying to get short yardage plays. If we could just find some ways to get some people on stretch plays, I think that we're going to be able to exploit some things on the edge.
This not the only Caldwell County sporting event going on tonight. The Lady Tiger volleyball team is up the road, down the road, how do you say that, in La Center, playing Ballard Memorial at the Green Palace tonight in an all-A sectional contest. Been a busy week for the Lady Tigers, and this the first year they've had to play a sectional all-A game.
Yeah, they've gone to because of the trying to get fewer teams in a place due to the coronavirus. They've taken, instead of all 16 teams at the All-A and doing 4 pools of 4, they've done more like what they've done for baseball and softball, have 2 regions play a sectional game and only 8 teams make it to state. And unfortunately, it's a single elimination. So 4 teams are going to drive up to Central Kentucky and only get the 1 game and go home. But that's true in baseball and softball, but in volleyball, they like to do a lot of pool matches. So this is intense because it's one and done.
That should be a big game match going on tonight at Ballard Memorial. The Lady Bombers 13-0 on the season, the first region champions in the All-A Classic. If anybody's going to give McCracken County, ranked 13th in the state overall, a run in the big first region tournament, everybody says it's Ballard.
Well, we're going to play them again, next week? Is that correct?
I think that's right. They're on Caldwell County schedule again at Ballard coming up.
Yes, so it's good that we're playing good teams, and I like the fact that our teams, I think, are scheduling appropriately, and that's, in my opinion, going to set up success for the future. I know we have a good senior core for the volleyball team, but you still got to play good teams that have good JV teams, good freshman teams. We're doing that with both soccer teams. So I like the fact that we're scheduling up. And in football, we picked up Madisonville. We weren't afraid to pick up a big 4A school when we had the ability to fill our common off weeks. And next week we're scheduling Glasgow. They've been a historically good power. So I think our football team and all our sports are giving our kids the best opportunity to have meaningful games that will set up success down the road.
I mentioned that Ballard 13-0 on the volleyball court. The Lady Tigers have won 7 straight, 8-1. The 1 loss came to McCracken County. And if you actually look at points allowed by the Lady Tigers this year in 9 games, a quarter of those, just about a quarter of them, came in that McCracken County match.
Well, you've got to play teams of that caliber because you're not going to get better just pounding inferior opponents. And one of the reasons, if you look at our volleyball schedule, from the very beginning, we were willing to go travel and play and make something happen that was setting up future success. And right now you're seeing the evidence of that. The teams these girls have played over the years have been part of why we are able to play in All-A regional championship games, sectional games, and to be quite honest, a contender for the overall second region volleyball crown as we progress through the playoffs this month.
Well, they started playing music here in the stadium, Gary, here at War Memorial Stadium in Mayfield. That usually means it's going to be a little bit of a delay.
Do you think that they're playing Dancing in the Dark because it's dark in the corner?
It is a little dark. Like I said, I think we have enough light. I mean, we could turn off half of these lights and it would still be better lit than Webster County.
Well, to my knowledge, I haven't been there in a while. Have you?
No, it's been a while, but I think they still have about the same lights.
Okay, but I didn't know. Maybe they've gotten better for all we know. Yeah, this is funny when they do the music, and the music is actually appropriate to the situation.
Hey, Todd, you guys are on the sideline over there.
One more thing that both teams have to navigate. Hopefully they'll be able to overcome this, our Tigers, and we'll be able to come out of the gates fast. I don't even know whether we won the toss or not.
I think Mayfield won and deferred. That was the word on the sideline earlier. The referees never really gave us a sign, but that's what we think. Going back to volleyball for just a second, though, the Lady Tigers, after playing tonight, will play again tomorrow morning in Hopkinsville at the Rec at the Plex. One of those games is Bowling Green. I can't remember off the top of my head who the other game is. One's at 9, one's at 11. Lady Tiger soccer in action tomorrow afternoon over at Madisonville, North Hopkins. And, Gary, we talk about this coronavirus stuff, and, we've mentioned it all fall sports. But, golf had its postseason regional tournaments this week. The state is next week. We've just about made it all the way through the fall sports schedule.
Yes, the playoffs will be the week of the 12th, is it, for soccer, and the week of the 19th for volleyball, the district level. We've got some big games. That Madisonville game is going to determine the winner of that game is going to the region for sure. Yeah. They'll get the 1 seed and not have to play Hopkins Central in that semifinal round. That's a huge thing. Madisonville, without one of their star players on the girl soccer team, maybe makes it a little more equal for us. One thing I'm looking for is the energy level of the girls on a Saturday. Saturday games are strange. You don't know how they're going to come up. They're usually in school or doing work that time of day. So hopefully they'll be ready for the challenge because the stakes are very high.
I got to go back to volleyball one more time. I heard Dennis mention this earlier too. Lady Tigers have added a home match Tuesday against Henderson County, and then on Thursday a big match coming up against Madisonville, North Hopkins. So if you get a chance, get out to the cab, get a ticket, go out there and support the Lady Tiger volleyball team, because a special season brewing for the volleyball squad.
I think our fall sports have done very well. Our boys team has a winning record. They're 3-2-3. 3 ties, kind of odd. You don't see a team usually do that, but they're playing higher competition. Got a good win, was it Thursday? At Grayson County. So all of our fall sports are doing well. Our golf teams, they afforded themselves well. They're young, but they look like they're going to keep fighting. So I think we've got a lot to be proud of. I think our Tiger Day we did last month, we're going to see the fruits of that labor come to fruition with a lot of success.
Dennis, the Mayfield Cardinals have finally taken the field. The lights are still out. Here come the Caldwell County Tigers. I feel like we're going to see football here in just a few minutes.
I'm about ready for it, Todd. Thank you and Gary for that report. And tell Gary I said they may be playing in the dark from Billy Squire while you're down there.
All right.
Caldwell County and Mayfield out on the field. Bob, I was trying to get Todd's attention to have him check the stands and see if Dwight Meeks was here. Maybe he could go down and help with the lights.
Well, I was just thinking the same thing. If we had, I know we've got some plant board guys here, and certainly Ben Van Hoosier is here. So, and we can see the pole from here. They've got a bucket truck, and the lift is all the way up to the top of the lights, but I'm not sure what the guy's doing up there. They're still trying to get them to come on.
Yeah, we could bring in the A team, if you will, to take care of this problem. Both teams on the sideline. Apparently the referees are going to get this game underway here in just a second. As the guy said down on the sideline, next week a game added. Fort Campbell was on the schedule. The government took them out, so Caldwell has replaced that with Glasgow. We'll play the Scotties at Glasgow next week. Glasgow at 2-1 on the season. They're away tonight, taking on Logan County. So that'll be a good trip next week. Of course, we'll have the coverage, and expecting to have the live stream. We'll have a decision on that early in the week, I'm sure, coming up, and we'll pass that along. But a trip up to Glasgow next week to take on the Scotties, Bob, and I'm not sure. I think there's a time change as you get over towards Glasgow, but we'll have all the information coming up this week on WPKY and also on your sportsedge.com.
Looked like the Tigers were ready to take the field and get into kickoff return position. They were then brought back to the sideline. Now they're milling around over by the sideline. Mayfield down here in front of us here on the near sideline, and there go the Tigers on the field taking up their respective positions. So we may be going to play in the dark a little bit. Caldwell County will be coming left to right, away from the darkness into light, so to speak.
So run toward the light never is more true than tonight. Got a report in Glasgow is on Central Time, so that'll help out with the travel plans, as we don't have to figure on that hour change going over to play the Scotties next week. Next home game is going to be in 2 weeks against Murray. That'll be another big district contest, so hope to see a crowd there, whatever's allowed. And Bob, we had a chance a few nights ago. We did a soccer game, a boy-girl doubleheader. Had a chance to talk with Kim Farmer and Mike Long in between those games, and really informative interview on that night as to what they have to do on a Friday night and to keep things going here with the COVID restrictions going on. And Ms. Farmer said that the biggest thing that she asked the public to do is just to be patient and do the things that they're supposed to do. If all we have to do is wear a mask to get into the game, keep the mask on and just do the simple things so we can keep these kids playing and keep the levels down to where they need to be in the counties that we are in.
Exactly. We just need to pay attention to details, heed the warnings that have been given to us. And this week, as a matter of fact, we had to cancel some middle school football games because we had some young people test positive. So just put the mask on, keep 6 feet apart, wash your hands, and do what we've been told. And Dennis, I now have plenty of time to get this quarter.
Okay, yeah, let's we got to do that. Are some of our best friends for years on the broadcast.
Exactly. The first quarter is going to be brought to you by Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique. It's been under the ownership and management of Pam and Hab Haverlock for the past 3 years, and they've been with us the last 3 years on football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Beautiful furniture, bedding, accessories, and gifts. They're also your local U-Haul dealer. Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique, next to the bowling alley in Princeton, and Cozy Living is everything a home should be.
Still a little bit of a delay here as they have the bucket truck still working on the sideline. I don't know if it's a safety precaution that wouldn't allow them to work on the light pole while the game was going on in case somebody were to go out of bounds. I know we saw opening weekend, I think it was, of college football, somebody went over and hit one of the TV tower trucks. They have similar equipment to raise up the TV cameras at some premier college games during the week, and one of the players was tackled into one of those and stayed down for several minutes before getting up. So I don't know if that's what they're waiting on or they really deemed the necessity out of the lights. Todd Griffin reported from the sideline while he and Gary were on that it looked bright enough to play down there. So distinct difference on the ends of the field right now, though, as Caldwell County will receive tonight. They'll be coming left to right on your radio dial, so they'll be coming into the bright end of the field.
And the one thing I noticed, Dennis, when we came into the stadium tonight, normally when we come into Tiger Stadium, the lights are already on at 5 o'clock when we usually get to the game. They didn't turn the lights on here until probably after 6:15, and obviously they could have been working. If they turn them on at 5, they could have noticed that problem and gotten after it a little bit earlier. But that may be the policy down here in Mayfield. They don't turn them on until 45 minutes before game time.
Caldwell County 2-1 on the season. This will be a big one. Bob, you got to look at it. The guys brought this point up, and not to take anything away from Ballard, we're really we're behind those kids down there to do the best that they can do, and it's a tough season that they're going through. Only points they've scored this year were the 8 that Caldwell allowed last week in that 50-8 win. But the number 1 seed in this one is huge because that 2 and 3 seed game, whoever it may be, any of these 3 teams could win that, and you're in one playoff game and done for the rest of the season.
I'm not sure when Mayfield plays Murray, but obviously the top 3 teams in this district are Mayfield, Murray, and Caldwell County. If we get past Mayfield tonight and get the 1 seed, we do have a breather in that first round game, and 2 and 3 will have to battle it out, and you're going to have to beat a good team to get out of this district.
Yeah, if you go undefeated in the district and get that number 1 seed, you're basically getting a rest for your starters. You're going to get some players into the game like we did last week with Ballard, the Jameis Carnahans and the like, get some good experience out of those guys. But it's big, and we've said our opinions on the seeding and the playoffs before. The average score I read last year of a 1-4 seed all across the state of Kentucky was 48-6.
And that's what you expect. And you also told me, Dennis, when I asked you how many 4 seeds or have defeated 1 seeds throughout the history of the playoffs, and you told me 3 teams.
Three is what I read last year. And not to take anything away from those, I know the kids want to be in the playoffs, and I understand that. But you're looking at an expense of going to travel, say, a Ballard to a Caldwell or to a Mayfield in that first week, pretty much knowing you're going to come away with a loss. And I'm not sure financially if that's a thing. I like the idea. We have talked about this at different times. Some people say take the first 2 teams, take the top 2 teams out of a district. My thought on it is I say give the number 1 seed a bye week and let the 2 and 3 teams play, because those are good games. Those are good games all across the state. You've got 2 and 3 seeds playing tight games, not really a big upset when the 3 beats the 2 that much. But the number 1 seed could get the bye week, get some players healed up, and be ready to host the district championship the following week.
And I think you just mentioned it, Dennis. The reason why that doesn't happen is maybe the word money may come in there somewhere.
I think so, but it is driven by that. But some things that maybe the powers that be could look at on down the line. Players still on the sideline, throwing around, walking around a little bit. Referees all still gathered at midfield. I'll tell you what, John, let's take a 30-second break. And when we come back, we'll see if there's any update or if the kids are ready to kick this one off. It's Caldwell County and Mayfield tonight when they do get the lights on here on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Bradley Furniture wishes all the Tigers good luck this season.
Your local McDonald's wants you to know that they're ready to serve you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've always had their drive-thru, and now they're offering curbside pickup service as well. To avoid the wait in the drive-thru, you can download the McDonald's app and try curbside pickup. They appreciate your patience and understanding during this time. We are all having to adjust to this new way of life. It's temporary, but in the meantime, enjoy breakfast, lunch, or dinner at your local McDonald's.
Good luck to all Tiger athletic teams from Josh Ray at Woodman Life.
And back to Mayfield, Kentucky. Caldwell County and Mayfield getting set for a big one tonight. Report from the sideline here, and we won't play until that truck moves. And still up in the air, working on it right now. You see it moving just a little bit. Bob, I think some of our listeners might know where our priorities lie. We just got a text in from a listener that is telling us the best place to eat in Glasgow next week. So.
Wonderful. We'll probably be able to take advantage of that, Dennis, because to get up there is probably a 2-hour plus trip. And getting to the game, we usually like to get to the game at least an hour and a half, upwards of 2 hours, especially Glasgow because it's a new stadium for us to be in. So, yes, I'm glad you have that information. What's the name of the restaurant?
It's called Gondolier Italian Restaurant and Pizza. And said it's the best in Glasgow, so we may plan a little bit earlier departure time from WPKY. Now, worst condition is more lights go out.
On this side right in front of us, so I don't know whether we're blowing circuits or...
Another bay of lights just going up. This one near midfield, so conditions not getting any better here at the War Memorial Stadium here in Mayfield, Kentucky.
In fact, that really just worsened everything. Only half the field now is promptly lit, and that's our sideline across the field from us. And we see the truck down here on our left working on this last pole. The bucket's gone up and down at least 3 times, and so far to no effect. And I'm not sure what effect it had on the lights here in front of us just now going out.
Yeah, right now the only completely lit part of the field is the end Caldwell will be going towards from about 20 yards back to the end zone. The other lights out on this side of the broadcast position. Players still trying to warm up and stay loose. Gary, I think hit a good note on this, Bob. These kids were ready to play this game. This is a big game. Mayfield has unusual that they'll come in having a little something to prove, and Caldwell County thinking this may be one of those games where Mayfield's gettable this year, and they want to come out and bring that A game. Now both teams on the sideline just kind of standing around.
Yeah, for the last 25 minutes, the juices have really ebbed, if you will. And it may take these kids they may let these kids warm up 5 minutes or so after we do get lighting back in the stadium. And I'm not real sure how that's going to work out or not.
Bob, the only thing this is doing right now is giving me an excuse for the 2-man tournament tomorrow in golf that didn't play well because we got in late from Mayfield. So waiting on the lights to come on. I'll tell you what, if Todd's available, let's go down to the sideline and get a report from him and also an update on volleyball.
Okay, Dennis, we're still down here waiting for the game to start like everyone else. Players trying to stay loose on the sideline. Do have some scores to report from volleyball. Ballard Memorial takes the first set, 26-24. Lady Tigers were up 9 points in that first set, but the Lady Bombers came back and got it. Lady Bombers up 19-15 in the second set. Again, those games going on at Ballard Memorial tonight. The Lady Tigers going to have to do some rallying down there. Gary, as we mentioned a while ago, that's an all-A Classic sectional matchup, and kind of a shame. Usually all 16 regional champions get to go to state this year, or usually, but this year they don't get to.
No, they've changed the format, and that's one of the negatives of the COVID. These young ladies do not get the benefit, or at least 8 of the teams won't get the benefit of going to state. Normally it's 16, but that's why you play 5 sets in a match like this. Even if you go down 2, I believe I've seen Caldwell be up 2 and not be able to finish it out, and I've seen them down 2 and come back, so that's why you play the games.
Well, and this year you have to be ready for every schedule change that comes your way. We've seen it in football, every other sport, not just week to week, but day to day almost, and we've talked about the situation with the COVID, and we mentioned the KHSAA. They've done a lot to make sure that athletes were able to play this fall. School officials have done a lot to make sure that kids could play this fall. And, you know, I mentioned on my show Thursday morning on the sideline report, the easy thing for everybody to do would say, hey, we can't play, sorry. So everybody's made the best effort they can, and you just have to kind of work off of that.
Well, I think the closest we can talk about this is like in spring sports, you have rainouts, and sometimes you just get rained out, and if it's a district game, you bump people. That's common, but the fall sports aren't usually used to that. That's not a common occurrence, so that's just part of it. And you've seen some creative stuff with football. You see people dropping people, getting them, and within the span of 3 days, you had 3 different opponents. So football has really been impacted in a way where usually other sports aren't, because in football you have pretty much ironclad contracts. Well, those were thrown out the window with COVID, and you're getting into situations where you're playing teams you just haven't normally played because that's who you pick up based on a dropout or an open week.
Well, and we saw that earlier this year. A game at Union County on a Friday night was lost, and then on Thursday afternoon we find out we're playing Hopkinsville Saturday.
Yes, and Hopkinsville was going to play Christian County that week, and they were unable to do so. So it's like a jigsaw puzzle. And interesting about the jigsaw puzzle, I believe that Tillman and McCracken were not scheduled to play because of COVID, because their game was one of the ones canceled. But because Hopkinsville and Christian broke those jigsaws to play each other, it allowed Tillman and McCracken to play in, I believe, the last Friday in October.
Right, and another interesting situation as we watch them continue to work on the lights here, and as the guys mentioned, now we've got 2 light poles that are off, but Glasgow next week there for the Tigers. On Monday of this past week, Glasgow announced it was suspending all of its sports because numbers in Barron County were up. However, later Monday, they announced they were rescinding that, and they're going to go ahead and play. So I believe Glasgow tonight is playing at Logan County. And originally, I think that was an Adair County game. If I'm getting the dates wrong, they might have played last night, but I think it's tonight. So that just shows you the COVID numbers can slip up a little bit and cost somebody a game, and you end up having to look to change the schedule.
Will there be a quiz over this?
Yes, do you remember all of that?
I don't remember half of that. But this is what it's become, and this is, I believe, a good faith effort that coaches have to make, and the players have to be flexible, and that's why all these rules and regulations, it just seems like, oh, put on a mask. That is not what these administrators are dealing with. They're dealing with so many new situations and protocols that you just have to commend the hard work they've done.
Well, when we came in tonight to the stadium, we had to stop and fill out a little form, get our temperature taken. We both had it taken twice, so I know we're good.
Oh, I've never done that before. Now, I've had to sign in for media credentials, but it was just my name and affiliation.
Contact information.
This is a different level of information they're requesting. And, it's just the way of the world in 2020, and it will probably go into 2021. So if you haven't been affected yet, perhaps you do not have a fall sport athlete, if you have a winter sport or a spring sport, your day's coming.
My temperature is always like a country station. It's 97.1.
On your FM dial?
Yes.
Excellent.
Guys, still waiting on football here in Mayfield. Lights are still out. Hopefully we'd get a game in it sometime. See ya.
All right, thank you, Todd, for that update from the sideline. Bob, there's a lot of cars down there. You think we can just get the owners to turn the headlights on? We'll just light it up like the good old days.
When this center bank of lights were still on, Dennis, this is like I've played baseball in really more poorly lit fields of this. It's a lot harder to catch a little baseball in darkness than it is a football. And I agree with Todd. If that bank had still been out, we probably could be playing football. But now that something is developed with this center section lighting standard, that who knows, we may have to call this thing off or delay it or whatever. But it's certainly not looking like, the announcement, I'm sure, has not gone out yet to the crowd. Is there anybody in the crowd knows how to fix these lights? Please report to the table.
Will the Princeton Electric Plant Board please come across the field tonight?
And I'm sure Dwight could really handle that situation really well.
Well, we are waiting for action here tonight. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll hopefully have an update on what we're going to do. We'll also try to check some area scores from around. So all that coming your way, and hopefully action here tonight from Mayfield, as it's the Tigers and the Cardinals here on Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Good luck to all Tiger athletic teams from Josh Ray.
Go at least a minute and a half.
Now more than ever, we value time with family, and we reflect on the time we wish we had spent when we could. Pennyroyal Hospice makes it possible for you to spend quality time at home with your loved one in the most crucial time of their life. Pennyroyal Hospice is taking even more safety precautions during this time to ensure your safety. Pennyroyal Hospice. It's about living to the fullest.
Herb Hayes Furniture, always the best.
This is Leanne for Herb Hayes Furniture and Mattress. It is hard to get new inventory into the store, but we've got it. Just call us Sectional City. We have several beautiful sectionals ready and waiting to come to your home. If you're spending more time at home, why not do it comfortably with some new furniture? We always have great financing as well. Shop in person, safely, or shop online, or call for an appointment today.
Herb Hayes Furniture, always the best.
Your home team at Trice Hughes wants to make sure your vehicle lasts as long as possible, especially since warmer weather means more driving. Trice Hughes reminds you that tire pressure is critical to maximizing the performance of your vehicle. From improved fuel mileage to smoother tire wear, make sure your tires are inflated to the correct PSI.
Trice Hughes is here for you and any questions you may have about your vehicle. Buy your next vehicle from the home team. Find them on Highway 91 North, Princeton, or at tricehughes.com.
Black Patch Grill says, go Tigers. Good luck this season.
This is Fred Folds at the Woodall Agency in Princeton. We have served the small business owners of this area for over 100 years. Do you have trouble understanding liability or workers' comp insurance? Are your insurance premiums spiraling out of control? Whether you're a furniture store on Main Street, a plumber or electrician, or a locally owned bank or car dealer, we have a policy for you. We are the business insurance experts. Give me a call at 365-5541. You'll be glad you did.
A yearly flu vaccine is important now more than ever amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Protect yourself and your loved ones against flu viruses. At Caldwell Medical Center, they are making it easy and convenient. Skip the wait and get your flu shot at their drive-through site September the 28th through October the 2nd and October 5th through the 9th by appointment only. To schedule an appointment, please call them at 270-365-0333.
Microphone
Back
activated.
to War Memorial Stadium in Mayfield, Kentucky. Tigers and Cardinals scheduled for tonight. Right now, the delay up to about the 30-minute mark, Bob, as they are working on banks of lights here at the War Memorial Stadium down on the left side of the field as we look down on the midfield Cardinal. And if this were the old TBS days back in the day, we'd put a rerun of Andy Griffith on. But right now, this one caught us off guard, and all we can do is sit here and hope for some action tonight, but right now, 30 minutes in, this still isn't looking good.
It's certainly, I'm sure the electricians down here, the Mayfield plant board people, are perplexed because what they're doing obviously hasn't worked yet. So who knows what's going on. I just saw Coach Barnes walk across the field over to the far pole that went out first here, and the white hat is in that area, and so they're conferring. I'm not sure what's on the table that they're discussing, obviously, other than the lights. Do we play, do we don't play, or what's plan B? I don't know if there is a plan B.
I don't think anybody planned for no lights on the night game here tonight. Caldwell County and Mayfield, big district contest tonight. We talked about the ramification of this one a little bit earlier. Number one seed is not guaranteed after tonight's game, but a big leg up on the chase for that number one seed, as these two teams still have Murray on the schedule for later on this season. Caldwell County has Murray at Tiger Stadium in 2 weeks. So a big game tonight. Plus, you get the pride of beating Mayfield. Everybody wants to beat Mayfield, even on off year. Some would consider an off year last year where they didn't win the state championship after that powerhouse team they had, coming up just short against Somerset in the finals last year. Some people would deem that maybe a disappointment, but other teams would love to have that opportunity year in, year out. I think the guys said that Caldwell County 9-42, if I remember right, from the pregame, looking for their 10th win against Mayfield, and Mayfield has that kind of advantage over just about everybody off their schedule.
In last year's game, the state championship game, Mayfield lost that game on the very last play of the ball game. So they were in that game. would have won it had a pass fallen incomplete in the end zone, which obviously it did, and Somerset went on to snag the ball and win the football game. But as Gary also mentioned when we had him down on the sideline before, we really maybe should have already had our 10th win because 2 years ago we were
that was tough.
I don't know what the word is. We were hosed, if you will. Didn't get any breaks in the last 30 seconds of that game, maybe even the last minute when a penalty against Mayfield was not called. But those are the breaks that you had to put up with.
Both teams still on the sideline trying to stay loose. Quarterbacks for both teams throwing some passes, receivers taking some. You see Tate Van Hoosier down there doing a little 10-yard sprints and catching footballs on both ends. So still in a delay going towards, let's see what time is it, 36 minutes in right now, as they still have the bucket truck up in the air working on the lights, the initial pole of lights that went out down around the, what would you say, Bob, the 15, 20-yard line?
Yes.
On that end of the field. But since then, they've knocked out the lights on the center of the field. 6 sets of lights here at War Memorial Stadium, 3 poles on each side light this old field. It's one of our favorite places to come, though. I tend to like these older stadiums like this more than some of the newer. There are some great new fields. I mean, you look at some of the AstroTurf fields or the artificial turf fields that are going up around the state, and they're just phenomenal. But this one has that coziness of being able to look real close to the field, kind of like a Crittenden County or Tiger Stadium. You're closer to the action in some of these areas or some of these stadiums, and we really love to come to Mayfield.
Certainly, this is one of the throwback stadiums in Western Kentucky. It's concrete. Most bleachers now are aluminum bleachers, but the formation of this sideline is concrete. It's an impressive-looking stadium, and the field is really in excellent shape. Really a nice-looking green, well-marked, well-striped.
And a good-looking place to play. I'll tell you what, I hear that lights are starting to come on in the stadium a little bit, so let's go down to the sideline and get a report from Todd Griffin.
Lights are starting to come on. The middle light section came on, and now the section down to your guys' left is coming on. And you're getting a round of applause here, Gary, as everybody anticipating football after about, a 40-minute delay.
I feel much better having those lights on. I think that it's going to be a more fair environment for both teams. The key is now you got to get football teams, coaches who are creatures of routine to get back into the mode, because as we know from the Hopkinsville game, things happen quickly. We can't just have a momentary lapse and give Mayfield anything off this kickoff. We need to be in game mode from the jump.
Well, and it's going to take a little bit longer to get the game going because they're going to let the teams come back out and loosen up a little bit, which is only right. So it's probably going to be 45, 50-minute delay. Got an update from volleyball. Ballard Memorial finished off the second set 25-16. So the Lady Bombers up 2-0 on the Lady Tigers in that all-A sectional matchup. Lady Tigers not out of it, but need a rally.
Yeah, but they've come back from 2-0 before. It's why you play best of 5. The first set looked like it was in Caldwell's control. It didn't happen. So this is going to be a test of mental as well as physical toughness on our Lady Tigers to advance.
Actually, I've got to double check that, Gary. I think they were going to play best of 3 tonight. So because everything else in the All-A is best of 3, so that Ballard might have won it with that second one. I'm going to have to double check that and get back to everybody.
Well, let's confirm whether it's best of 3 or best of 5 then.
But good news here in Mayfield. Dennis, the lights are on, and it looks like we're going to have football.
All right, Todd, thank you for that report, and I'm glad because about the only thing we had left in our pocket, Bob, was to see if Gary had any stand-up material down there that he wanted to try out tonight. So lights back on here at War Memorial Stadium in Mayfield, Kentucky. Both teams back out on the field warming up. They put 4 minutes on the clock for the teams to get ready. Still 2.5 to go before we kick this one off. As we said, Caldwell County is going to receive the ball. We think Mayfield won the toss tonight and deferred to the second half, so Caldwell County will get first shot at it tonight here at Mayfield. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will finally have some kickoff here at Mayfield as the Tigers take on the Cardinals on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Your home team at Trice Hughes wants to make sure your vehicle lasts as long as possible, especially since warmer weather means more driving. Trice Hughes reminds you that tire pressure is critical to maximizing the performance of your vehicle. From improved fuel mileage to smoother tire wear, make sure your tires are inflated to the correct PSI.
Trice Hughes is here for you and any questions you may have about your vehicle. Buy your next vehicle from the home team. Find them on Highway 91 North, Princeton, or at tricehughes.com.
Your local McDonald's wants you to know that they're ready to serve you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've always had their drive-thru, and now they're offering curbside pickup service as well. To avoid the wait in the drive-thru, you can download the McDonald's app and try curbside pickup. They appreciate your patience and understanding during this time. We are all having to adjust to this new way of life. It's temporary, but in the meantime, enjoy breakfast, lunch, or dinner at your local McDonald's.
Back to Mayfield, Kentucky. Teams in the huddle on the sideline 1 minute before we kick this one off. This is going to turn in to a 41-minute delay here getting things underway. Lights went out at the left end of the field towards the end zone here at War Memorial Stadium. They started working on them just before kickoff time, and it's taken a while to get them going, but right now well lit on the field, and these two teams are ready to knock heads.
We're just about there, Dennis. And obviously it's a well-lit left end of the stadium right now. You can see the G for goal line. And the players are on the field.
Caldwell County is going to be in the white jerseys with the blue pants tonight. Mayfield red jerseys, white pants. Mayfield teeing it up at the 40-yard line, getting set to get this one underway, albeit late. Of course, we said the kickoff brought to you by Purcell Tire. Purcell Tire located on Highway 62 West in Princeton. It's been so long since we thought we were going to kick this one off. Let's mention those guys again, Bob, and thanks to them for bringing us the kickoff every week on Tiger football.
Apparently we're not respecting their fellow that's kicking off because we got our deep backs up at the 20-yard line.
Kick is going to be a low line drive angled toward the sideline. Caldwell County lets it go out of bounds. So the Tigers will start out with good field position. They'll bring that out to the 35-yard line. And after the delay, action underway here at Mayfield. Russ Bashir brings his offense out. As they spot the ball on the 35-yard line, 1st and 10, Caldwell County.
Should point out there are 7 game officials here tonight working this game.
So the Tigers, first possession, 3 receivers to the left, 1 single receiver to the right. Samuel in the backfield with Bashir. Samuel takes the handoff, heads right, dodges 1 tackle, gets hit and pushed backwards. Forward progress is going to pick up about a couple of yards with Travion Samuel out to the 37-yard line.
And another situation where Travion had to take 3 men take him down.
You've got Branch, Wells, and Van Hoosier near side this time. Snap goes back. Bashir keeps it, hits the line, bounces off 1, and gets brought down. It's going to be a loss back to the original line of scrimmage, a 35, 2-yard loss on the run by Russ Bashir. 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Tigers. Bashir looking to the sideline. He's going to have Samuel to his left shoulder. 3 receivers set to the far side of the field. Bashir takes a snap, drops back. Pressure a little bit, complete to Wells at the 35, dragged all the way back to the 34. His forward progress is going to be at the 35. So 3 plays and no net gain for Caldwell County as they'll have to bring out the punt team. Bashir had pretty good protection that time, Bob. Had a little pressure coming from that right side, but plenty of time to get the ball away to Wells.
And Barron could not shake the tackler that had him, and had he been able to get past that tackle, maybe would have been able close to picking up the 1st down.
Mayfield puts Daniel Coles back at his own 35-yard line. Branch will get set to take the snap. Rolls right, puts the kick up. Good high kick, fielded, and down at the 34-yard line, and Mayfield will get their first possession of the night. Just underway here at War Memorial Stadium. 10:06 left to go in the first quarter. No score. Caldwell County a 3-and-out on their first possession. Now Mayfield will come out. And for Mayfield, Bob, you got to talk about Kylan Galbraith. The kid's a stud back there at running back, over 1,500 yards last season. You got a new sophomore quarterback, Zane Cartwright. Cartwright takes snap to Galbraith. Galbraith finds a hole on the right side. Big gain out to the 45-yard line.
I believe
about a 10-yard carry.
Down by Tigers number 12, Jack Stevens.
Jack Stevens with the hit. It's going to be second down and less than a yard. Cartwright out of the shotgun. Galbraith takes the handoff, bounces off one tackler, wants to push it right. A bunch of Tigers hit him. Looks like he got enough probably for the first down, but nice gang tackling by Caldwell County. And it is enough for a first down. Bob, they only needed about the length of the football. They get this one spotted at the 46-yard line.
Gain of 2 yards on the play, but a first down.
2 receivers set each way for Mayfield. They run basically the same offense as Caldwell County. They'll spread it out. Cartwright takes a snap, drops back, goes over the middle, complete at the 40 in Caldwell County territory, brought down at the 35-yard line. That was number 5, Isaac Stevenson, with the catch, and another first down for Mayfield as they are in Tiger territory at Caldwell's 35. Snap goes back. Galbraith takes it to the right side, turns it up the field, and picks up about 5 on the play. So Mayfield coming out strong on their first possession. It'll be second down and 5 coming up for the Cardinals. Cartwright looks at his wrist pad. Flag in from the sideline. And a sideline warning against Caldwell County early in this one, Bob. Only 8:41 still left in the first quarter.
Well, I'm glad we got that out of our system.
So Cartwright puts a receiver in motion. Covered by Branch. Cartwright handoff to Galbraith. Has a blocker. Gets across the 25 to the 24-yard line. Galbraith with a quick first step, Bob, and he can pick a hole really fast. That line opened up one.
He is quick and elusive. We've had him a couple times at the line, but he was able to shake those tacklers off.
Extra tight end in for Mayfield as they put 2 receivers to the left. Snap is back. Handoff up the middle. Nothing there. And that's number 21, Trey Barnes.
They're going to give him to the 23.
Give him to the 23. I didn't really see that spot, but favorable spot. Now they move it back to the 24-yard line. Second down and 9 coming up for Mayfield. No score here early in the first quarter. Cartwright takes a snap, wants to pass. Flush, now throws it down the field, and complete. Touchdown, Mayfield. Number 2 on the reception, Daniel Coles, puts Mayfield on the board first. Coverage was good for a minute. Caldwell County flushed Cartwright out of the pocket, scrambled to the right, and then found one-on-one coverage down the middle. Coles able to reel it in. So that score comes with 7:40 left to go in the first quarter. And Mayfield on the board first, 6-0. Extra point attempt coming up. Snap is back. Kick is blocked. And extra point, no good. It was a low kick right into the line. So with 7:40 to go in the first quarter, Mayfield leads this one 6-0. Back in 1 minute. This is Tiger Football on WPKYonline.com.
Raider Auction Company is owned and operated by Delbert Raider. Delbert has been in the agricultural field for over 40 years and is well known for his knowledge of used equipment. Raider Auction holds 4 consignment auctions a year, and they buy and sell equipment on a daily basis. If you're looking for a piece of equipment, they'll do their best to locate it, and financing is available. Contact Delbert Raider at 270-881-2610 or Amy Easdale at 270-604-2880 for all your used equipment needs. Raider Auction Company, Skyline Drive.
For a delicious meal, try Kay's Kitchen in Princeton. They have great home cooking, just like Mom and Grandma used to do. Enjoy cook-to-order breakfast every day, all day. Daily lunch specials include favorites like open-faced roast beef, grilled chicken tenderloins, country fried steak, smoked pork chops, and catfish and shrimp on Fridays. All your favorite veggies, too. And don't forget Kay's homemade desserts. Open Monday through Thursday, 5 to 2, Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturday, 5:30 to 11. Kay's Kitchen, 501 North Jefferson Street, Princeton, 1 block from the courthouse.
Back to Mayfield, kickoff after the touchdown. It's going to be a short one received at the 22-yard line. Taking it left across the 25-30.
Max Kramer.
And thrown out of bounds. Max Kramer. Nice return out to the 35-yard line, it looks like, where they'll spot that one.
And guys, there's a flag down here too.
Referees will talk about that on the far sideline.
They say unsportsmanlike on the white team coach, which is, of course, Will Barnes. And the flag while ago for the sideline warning, the Caldwell County staff was complaining a little bit about one of those calls. And the delay of game call for the officials is one of those, hey, we hear you, we don't like it, stop it. That's what that call is when you see a high school official have that sideline warning.
And that was early in the game. I think the coaches were talking about whether that was a completion on one of the passes from Mayfield, but this is going to march Caldwell County back considerably after a nice return by Kramer on the kickoff. We'll see where they spot this one. Should be right around the 20, and it is going to be spotted on the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 coming up for the Tigers after the penalty. And Bob, that's the one of the earliest calls on a sideline I think I can ever remember, if not the earliest.
I wonder what has gotten under our skin over there as to what Todd said. That's their way of getting back to the Caldwell County bench, saying stop it.
Bashir in the shotgun, drops back. Caldwell County sends 3 to the right. In and out of the hands. Travion Samuel had it on his fingertips, just could not track it down. Little swing pass out to the left side of the field, so it's going to be 2nd down and 10 Tigers. Coach Barnes sends the play in from the sideline. You've got Barron Wells and Tripp Branch near side. Bashir in the shotgun. Hand off to Samuel, goes around the left side. He's got some room across the 30, lowers his head at the 35, and picks up a 1st down for Caldwell County at the 37-yard line.
17-yard run by the Bull. A tremendous run.
1st down brought to you by Lake Barkley CrossFit. You can never be too healthy, too strong, or in too good of health. Lake Barkley CrossFit has classes designed for anyone at any fitness level and always free to try. Snap is back. Bashir is going to go deep, and this one's intercepted at the 35. Looking for Branch or Wells, both in the same area, but picked off by Mayfield. I think his progress, or his regress, really, is going to take it back to the 30-yard line. Looked like he caught that ball at around the 35. They'll spot it. Nose of the ball on the 30, so turnover Caldwell County. One of the things we talked about Caldwell County has to win the battle of tonight, and that's turnovers. Tigers took a shot. Mayfield picks it off. Now Cartwright has some pressure in the backfield, gets hit and brought down for a loss. Number 55 in on the play for Caldwell County.
And that's Drew Davis
with the sack. So short loss on the play of 1 back to the 29-yard line. 6:46 to go in the first quarter, 6-0 Mayfield. Cartwright has Galbraith to his right, 2 receivers each way. Cartwright drops back to pass, over the middle, complete at the 36, breaks a tackle, and up across the 45-yard line to the 46 is number 5, Isaac Stevenson. And Bob, for a sophomore, this kid's got a pretty good arm.
He's throwing the ball well, as Will said. He improved tremendously in that Union County game last week. So far, the Mayfield quarterback's 3 out of 3.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the left. Cartwright hands off to Galbraith. Galbraith picks his way up the middle, across midfield, down to the Tiger 48-yard line. Mayfield's line really moving Caldwell's off the ball. And Caldwell County is going to have to find a way to slow this Mayfield offense down. Cartwright will be out of the shotgun again. Got a H-back in the backfield. Hand off to Galbraith. Wants to go right. Finds a hole again. Picked his way down to the 45-yard line.
Pickup of 3 yards on the play. It's going to bring up 3rd and 1.
Very patient runner, Galbraith is. Of course, senior season. Close to 1,600 yards on the ground last year. So Caldwell County needs to stop here, and the way Mayfield's moving the ball, you wonder if they're already thinking 2 downs on this one. But first things first, as Cartwright comes out, he'll take the snap near midfield. Galbraith to his right shoulder. Hand off to Galbraith. Hit in the backfield. Springs a tackle. Breaks it loose, and he's across the 30, 20, 10, and brought down. Touchdown saving tackle, Barron Wells.
Takes him down at the 11-yard line.
It looks like about the 12. They got him down, said his knees were down, but Caldwell County had Galbraith in the backfield. Looked like Davis had him wrapped up. He got loose, found a hole, and took it down to the 12. And in the red zone again, Mayfield quelling any thoughts about being a down year. Cartwright out of the ball game. This is going to be the backup quarterback. Takes it, wanted to do the keeper. Still dancing around in the backfield looking for a place to go. Caldwell County is going to corral him at the 17-yard line. That was number 14, Bob. I'll have to look on your roster here for
14
him.
is Russ Bashir.
No, Barone Dabney.
Actually, Brajan.
Brajan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Brajan Dabney. Try to catch Caldwell County off guard. We're going to pause 5 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Tiger Football on WPKY Princeton. Cartwright back in after the loss on the play. Takes it back to the 17-yard line. Cartwright with the handoff. Try to bounce it right. Nobody going to let that one through. Davis slings down number 21. That is Trey Barnes.
Marked at the...
See where they'll put this one down. We'll say no gain on the play. Still around the, looks like the 17-yard line. 3rd down and long coming up. Mayfield can get a first down. It's marked down at around the 3-yard line.
3rd and 15 for the Cardinals.
Cartwright moving Galbraith around. Now puts him to the right. 2 receivers each way for Mayfield. Cartwright throws complete at the 3 and into the end zone is number 1, Ben Gloyd. Touchdown, Mayfield.
And he was wide open. So far tonight, most of their receivers have been wide open, Dennis.
And Cartwright has a bullet. He's throwing strikes right now. 12-0, that score coming with 2:58 to go in the first quarter. First time Mayfield tried the extra point, not a lot of luck on that one. Went right into the line, so it looks like they're going to go for 2. They keep Cartwright in the ball game, and they bring Trey Barnes into the backfield with him. 2 receivers each way. Cartwright Goes out. They set up a screen. Complete. And did he get in? Siegel his sideline in. 2-point conversion good for Mayfield. 2:58 to go in the first quarter. Cardinals take the early lead in this one, 14-0. We'll be back in 1 minute. This is Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
If you or a loved one has been seriously injured in a car wreck, you may be facing high medical
Goodness
bills or
gracious.
loss of income because you can't work. You may be entitled to compensation if
That
another
guy's
driver
throwing
caused
bullets.
your injury. Get help. Call attorney Matt
and
Sharp
what I'm
in
saying is
Princeton,
wide
Kentucky
open.
at
We don't have any coverage on those guys.
270-365-MATT. He'll give you the personal attention that you won't find at the big law firms with big billboards. Call Matt Sharp for a free consultation at 270-365-MATT. That's 270-365-6288.
This is an advertisement. U-Ride has upped their game. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new ball game. It's an all-new sales team, bringing 33 years of experience to work for you. They're here to serve your vehicle needs from start to finish, and they do it all safely with a personalized hometown feel. More variety with better quality. On-the-lot financing, and you can apply safely online at uridesales.com. Call for an appointment today with one of their friendly sales staff. U-Ride on the Marion Road, Princeton, 270-365-3018.
Back to Mayfield. Kickoff after the touchdown. Fielded at the 15-yard line. Wells comes up across the 30 and forced out of bounds at the 31-yard line. Little extracurricular activity on the sideline between Barron Wells and the Mayfield team. Let's take it down to the sideline for a volleyball update with Todd Griffin.
All right, Dennis, thanks. They are indeed playing a best of 5 tonight at Ballard. So the Lady Tigers are not only still playing, the Lady Tigers won the third set 25-17. Lady Tigers up 15-8 in the fourth set. So trying to get that thing to a fifth set in La Center tonight.
Big match for Caldwell County over a highly ranked Ballard team as they get set for Henderson County on Tuesday. Caldwell County, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Bashir takes a snap, hands off to Samuel, up the middle, finds a hole out to the 35-yard line. Nice hard run, Travion Samuel, and a much better job by that offensive line, Bob, to open up a little gap for Samuel.
I think we are settling down. The only thing that would now please me if we could maybe cover some of their backs coming out of the backfield on defense, not letting them have open receivers.
Tate Van Hoosier in the slot, 2-back set for Caldwell County. Samuel in motion. Snap to Bashir, looks down the field, complete to Wells at the 32. Breaks a tackle across the 35. He's got some room out across the 40, 45, and take it out near midfield. I think a flag comes in on the play from the side judge.
And I think we're going to get called for blocking in the back. When Barron went to turn up field, we probably got the kid from the back, at least 80% from the back.
Referee's talking about it at the 35-yard line, but 2 flags came in, both from the sideline. A hold against Caldwell County.
Is that Barron Wells on the pass reception?
Barron Wells did a good job breaking that initial tackle. And that's something you're not going to do a lot against Mayfield, one of the better tackling teams that we'll see year in and year out. When they hit you, they wrap you up really well, so a good job by Wells. But a holding call is going to cut into this game. And a block in the back against Caldwell. So 2 penalties on the play. So they'll march this one back to the 27-yard line. Caldwell County will have 2nd down and long coming up. Tigers look to the sideline for the play. Tigers down 14-0 in this one as we tick under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Empty backfield for Bashir. Caldwell County puts 1 receiver in motion. Bashir keeps it himself, finds a hole up the middle, but hit low and cut down, crossing the 30 out to about the 32-yard line. Design keeper for Russ Bashir. As we have a minute and a half to go in the first quarter. Bashir with Travion Samuel to his right. Wells in motion. Snap is down. Bashir rolls, looks up the field, got some pressure in the backfield. He's going to go down for a loss back to the 29-yard line. Nobody open downfield for Caldwell County. And that's going to bring out the punt unit again for the Tigers. Unable to get this offense on track early in this one. After a 41-minute delay because of the lights, Caldwell County having trouble getting out of the gates. Branch takes a low snap, rolls, puts a kick up. Spiral kick's going to be fielded. Fair catch at the 45-yard line of Mayfield, where the Cardinals will take over 1st and 10. Under a minute to go, 48 and a half seconds in the first quarter. 14-0 Mayfield. And Bob, Caldwell County hasn't shown that they can do much to stop the offense for the Cardinals early in this one yet. Galbraith having a big game, and so is Cartwright through the air.
One thing, Dennis, I think we are playing a little bit better on the defensive line, but we've got to cover these backs coming out of the backfield.
Cartwright, delayed handoff to Galbraith. Left side across the 45, 50, lowers his head. Takes a hit from Max Kramer, goes out of bounds in Tiger territory at the 47-yard line.
Pickup of 8 yards on the play.
2nd down and a long 2 for Mayfield. Kramer laid a big hit, but already a good gain by Galbraith. Same formation that they just ran on the last play. 2 receivers to the far side. Extra lineman Galbraith to the left side again, bounces it off, grabbed by the jersey, and Caldwell County is going to hold him back on this one. Progress out to the 46-yard line.
Pickup of 1 on the play, and it's going to be
a good job by the Tigers. That's going to take us to the end of the first quarter. After 1 quarter of play, it's Mayfield 14, the Tigers nothing. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
At First Southern National Bank, we place a high value on the well-being of our customers and communities. With that in mind, we are taking steps that demonstrate how much we care about you. Our drive-through lanes will be available for daily needs, while in-person services can be scheduled by appointment. Take advantage of our online banking, our mobile banking app, and a friendly team member answering your call. Visit fsnb.net to learn more. First Southern National Bank, member FDIC.
Your local McDonald's wants you to know that they're ready to serve you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've always had their drive-thru, and now they're offering curbside pickup service as well. To avoid the wait in the drive-thru, you can download the McDonald's app and try curbside pickup. They appreciate your patience and understanding during this time. We are all having to adjust to this new way of life. It's temporary, but in the meantime, enjoy breakfast, lunch, or dinner at your local McDonald's.
Microphone activated.
And welcome back to War Memorial Stadium here in Mayfield. The second quarter is going to be brought to you by Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique, owned by Pam and Hab Haberlock. Lots of bargains in the store. Stop in and see. They're also your local U-Haul dealer. Cozy Living, everything a house should be. Now for the action, back to Dennis Stevens.
Thank you, Bob. Direct snap to Galbraith. Tries to get around the left side, and knee hits the ground for a loss.
Back to the 47.
40, we'll call it the 47-yard line. First 4th down of the evening for Mayfield. We'll see what they do if they keep the offense on the field.
Loss of 1 yard on the play.
I think Galbraith just kind of slipped. He had a little bit of an angle on the far side looking for that first down marker, but slipped and knee hit the ground. Now Cartwright back into the game for the Cardinals. 2 receivers to the right, and Caldwell County jumps. We'll see if they were drawn. And I think this one's against the Tigers. Drew Davis saw a lane and wanted to hit it quick, and too early on that one, so the penalty will be an automatic first down with a 5-yard gain after a 3rd and 4. So 1st and 10, Mayfield from the Tiger 43-yard line. Cardinals lead this one 14-0. Mayfield likes this formation. They're sticking with it. 2 receivers to the right, extra lineman in. Galbraith seeing which side he wants to switch to. They've ran to that left side a lot out of this one. Caldwell County showing a little bit of pressure with Davis inching up towards the line. Now a timeout called on the field It's going to be charged to Mayfield. Timeout's brought to you by Travis Construction and Concrete. Travis Construction and Concrete for all of your construction and concrete needs, as well as driveways, porches, foundations, basement walls, decorative concrete, remodels, and more. Good luck, Tigers. And here's to building a successful year from Travis Construction and Concrete. Taking a look at the scoreboard here tonight. Scoreboard look is brought to you by Goodwin Insurance, your locally owned independent insurance agency capable of handling all of your insurance needs. Goodwin Insurance is a proud sponsor of Caldwell County Athletics, and a shout out to 2021 senior class and special shout out to Goodwin Insurance's own seniors Jordan and Leighton Hammett. Look at the scoreboard, 10:54 left in the first half. Mayfield on top in this one, 14-0. And they come to the line with 1st and 10 after the penalty on Caldwell County. 2 receivers to the right. It's Galbraith to the left side of the line across the 40. Stays on his feet, 35, and finally brought down at the 34-yard line. Jack Stevens in on the hit, along with number 73 for Caldwell County. And I'll have to turn my roster over on that one. 73, Cole Sherrill in on the tackle.
He runs.
Restricted
he
on space
runs
with
so
the COVID
effortless.
stuff.
Yeah, he runs so effortless.
Very patient
he's
runner.
hit 3 or 4 times and still manages to get free.
This time back up the middle, hit at the line of scrimmage, still able to pick up enough, it looks like, for the first down. Galbraith looks like they're going to spot this one at the 32. Maybe a measurement, but Bob, straight off our broadcast position, looks like he got the first down. And his chains moving on the sideline, 10-14 to go in the first half, 14-0 Mayfield. Cartwright has a new back in this time. That's 21, Trey Barnes. Barnes takes the handoff, looks right, turned back in. Nice play by that Caldwell County line. And they'll stop him after a gain of about a yard.
He's not anywhere as elusive as Galbraith is.
Looks like Bashir on the tackle. Mayfield has a player on the ground, slow to get up. Also on the tackle for Caldwell County, Clayton Wofford. And, Bob, that's a kid that we don't mention a lot in the pregame, but he's played some solid football early this season.
He's played well and really was real instrumental in that play there. Only a one yard pickup there.
2nd and 9 coming up for the Cardinals. Galbraith on the sideline, Barnes in. It's going to be Cartwright through the air, complete at the 29 and brought out of bounds. Nice play by Tripp Branch, held his position, made a nice tackle right on the sideline. Gain is down to the Tiger 29-yard line. Good fundamental play by Tripp Branch on the tackle. 3rd down and long coming up. 3rd and 7 for the Cardinals.
So far, Cartwright, the young sophomore quarterback from Mayfield, is 5 out of 5.
Takes a snap, drops back in the shotgun, looks the field over, has good protection, complete at the 15 and brought down at the 12. Stevens on the tackle, but not before a big catch by Isaac Stevenson. Again, that pair hooking up, ball all the way down to the 11-yard line of the Tigers. So Stevenson having a big night for the Cardinals, and Cartwright perfect on the night. 9:15 to go in the first half, and Mayfield threatening again, leading this one 14-0. Cartwright takes it, handoff Galbraith, bounces off the middle of the line, goes left, finds a spot, and gets down to the 7-yard line. Mayfield quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Barnes is going to come in. Galbraith will come out of the ball game.
Ball marked, Dennis, at the
It looks like the 7-yard line. Stevenson back into the ball game. Caldwell County going man coverage. You've got Stevens on Stevenson. 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Barnes to the left side of Cartwright. Barnes takes it, hit in the backfield, and brought down for a loss. Shaheen, I think, was in on that tackle.
Back to the 12-yard, back to the
8. I think it's going to be a 1-yard loss. Add tackles for loss to Elijah Shaheen's totals. got through the line, made a big hit. Barnes stays in the backfield. 2 receivers still each way for Mayfield. Snap to Cartwright, rolls right, looks into the end zone, nothing there, lobs it, and this one's going to be knocked away and is picked off. Trip Branch with a great interception at the 3-yard line. The coverage was really good. Cartwright tried to force it into double coverage, and Branch somehow held on in traffic and comes up with a much-needed pick for Caldwell County to thwart that drive. Last thing Caldwell needed was to see Mayfield up 21-0, and they were threatening, but a good play by Trip Branch gives it back to that Tiger offense. 1st and 10 from the 3. Bashir will take the snap in his own end zone. Travion Samuel to his left. 1 receiver each way. Bashir takes a shot, goes sideline. A lot of contact and no flag on the play. Branch was clearly obstructed on the far sideline. I think that was Barnes on the coverage. But, Bob, that's a lot of contact with a ball in the air and not a flag either way.
And the defender not even looking at the ball, but riding Tripp's back.
So questionable non-call there. Caldwell County will have 2nd and 10 from the 3. Bashir takes it, hand off to Samuel, goes to the right side, hit in the backfield, and they're going to say his knee came down. Might be about a 1-yard loss. Well, we've got a quick break here. Let's take it down to the sideline for a volleyball update with Todd Griffin.
All right, Dennis, they're going to go 5 sets at Ballard Memorial tonight. The Lady Tigers have taken the 4th set, 25-23 in that All-A Classic sectional. You guys right, should have been a foul on Mayfield on the previous play. Clearly pass interference. Not really sure what the officials were looking at on that one.
Apparently they were looking at volleyball scores because nothing called on that one. 3rd down after the 1-yard loss. Bashir deep in his end zone, got some pressure, has to pull it back now, throws it up, and this one falls incomplete. Fortunate for Caldwell County, looking for Kramer in traffic. But a good job by Bashir just to get that one out of there. He had a lot of red jerseys around him, heaved it down the field, and falls incomplete at the 24-yard line. So that'll bring up 4th down and long for Caldwell County. Branch will have to punt from his own end zone and shows his displeasure as he walks back there of not getting the pass interference call earlier in this drive. Quick kick by Branch, nice kick, fielded at the 34-yard line, across the 30, and brought down at the 27-yard line. But, Bob, that was a questionable non-call. Daniel Coles on the return for Mayfield, where the Cardinals will have it 1st and 10 from the Tiger 27-yard line.
Very questionable.
Even if it was against Branch, you've got to call something there that's way too much contact with the ball in the air and the players fighting for position down the field. But it was clearly, in our opinion, pass interference, not to be biased or anything. Cartwright hands off to Galbraith. Galbraith hits the middle, bounces it outside, still has a hold of the jersey. Helmet's coming off, and Galbraith takes it down to the Tiger 24-yard line.
You're going to mark it at the 23. Pick up a 4 yards.
Galbraith has no quit. If you hit him, you better wrap him up because we've seen him bounce off a couple of tacklers already tonight. 6:20 in the first half. Mayfield 14-0. Branch had a big interception at the 3 to knock the last drive off the tracks. Now Mayfield threatening again. Cartwright fakes to the right, or left, turns to the right, throws it up the field. This one tipped and incomplete. Max Kramer on the coverage for Caldwell County. Knocks it away from Daniel Coles. And Bob, I'm going to pull their roster out just a hair, if you will. Thank you. 3rd down and 6 coming up for Mayfield. Nice defensive coverage there from Max Kramer.
And just about intercepted that ball.
Yeah, he had a bead on it, just a little bit high for either player to come down with. So Cartwright, after a pretty strong start, an interception and an incompletion. Galbraith to his right. Cartwright drops back. Caldwell County with the pressure. This one in and out of the hands of Stevenson.
And our pass coverage is getting quite a bit better, and I think our presence in that area created the drop by Mayfield.
Yeah, I think that was Kramer back in the area, and Stevens also back there.
Going to be 4th and 6 for the Cardinals.
Cartwright looks to the sideline. Still has Galbraith there as they go for it on 4th down. Snap is back. Cartwright, plenty of protection, goes to the corner. He's got a man open and knocked down at the last second. Incomplete. Trying to pick up the Tiger on the far sideline. They knocked that one down, and that's Barron Wells. So turnover on downs. Mayfield with the ball deep in Caldwell's end the last 2 possessions. Tigers defense stiffens up, and they keep this one manageable right now. 5:51 to go in the second quarter, 14-0. Mayfield leads this one. Now the Tigers have to get something rolling offensively, where they've been able to do very little to this point. 2 receivers each way. Samuel in motion. Looked like a little movement on the line, and that one's going to be offsides against Mayfield. Give the Tigers 5 yards on the play. First penalty against Mayfield tonight. That'll bring up first down and 5. Clock stops with 5:51 to go in the first half. Stay tuned for the Little Caesars halftime report coming your way. We'll take a look at all the stats and ahead to the second half. Bashir has Samuel in the backfield. 2 receivers each way. Wells in motion, handoff to Wells, going to the right side, tries to turn the corner, gets across the 30, 35, 40, up the sideline, dodges a tackle across the 45, and the first big play of the night for Caldwell County as Wells takes the handoff and takes it out to the 49-yard line.
And you're right, Dennis. I'm going to credit him with a 21-yard run then. There was no flip on that ball.
No, that was a direct handoff with him in motion. Now a quick hit over to Wells, complete at the 47, out to the 50, stays on his feet. Good job keeping his balance. Brought down at the 46-yard line of Mayfield. So first time tonight in Mayfield territory as the clock ticks down to 5:20 to go in the first half. Caldwell quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Trip set to the right. Now Wells is going to come and join Kramer on the left. Ben Hoosier Branch to the right side. Samuel. They fake the handoff. Bashir is on the keeper across the 45 and down near the 40-yard line. Nice run, Russ Bashir. We'll see if he's got enough for the first. And think he does, yeah.
Looks like he does have a.
So a Lake Barkley CrossFit first down for Russ Bashir. Caldwell County with a little life in them on this drive after being really stunted on the first 2 or 3 possessions. Kramer and Wells near side. Van Hoosier and Branch far side. You've got Samuel in the backfield to the right of Bashir. Russ takes a snap, rolls right. Got some room over there, looks down the field, now turns it up, cuts it back to the middle and slides across the 35 down to the 33-yard line.
They're going to give him to the 34.
34. They'll back him up where his knees went down on the slide, back to the 34-yard line. Second down and short coming up for the Tigers.
4 minutes and 30 seconds to play here in the half. Caldwell County down 14-0.
First play that we've seen Logan Smiley into the ball game. He's going to be the slot receiver on the left side, 2 each way for the Tigers. Bashir, quick hit, far side. Branch, he's got some room at the 30, down to the 20, taking it to the sideline, pushed out of bounds. Looks like inside the 10-yard line. We'll see where they give him to. And trying to find a spot in a crowd far into the field. Let's call it the 11-yard line.
23-yard completion that time.
Caldwell County with some life. Bashir, handoff, coming left side. It's going to be Smiley. Smiley across the 5, hit a couple of tacklers, still on his feet, pushed back, got all the way down inside the 1. His forward progress is going to be about a football length away.
Yeah,
as Smiley laid a hit on the run against Mayfield's defender.
Should be, was it first and goal? Should be first down.
They're going to say it was first and goal because it changed.
Yes,
No, second down down there now, yeah. It is second and goal. It looked like they had spotted that on the 11, but apparently it was the 10. Nice run, hard run, Logan Smiley.
Hey, guys, they might have spotted the ball on the 11, but the official on our side said just the box, so it was first and goal.
All right, thank you, Todd, for that one from the sideline. Bashir with the snap. Travion Samuel with the handoff. Pushing, Powell is in. Touchdown, Tigers. And that brings a lot of life to that Caldwell County sideline. That score coming with 3:23 to go in the first half. And, Bob, that couldn't have been better for Caldwell County.
Good medicine, and that drive started at the, see where we started that drive, at the 23 of Mayfield.
So Viverette will come on for the Taco John's extra point attempt. Mixie rolls are back at Taco John's in Princeton. Snap is back, kick is up. Plenty of distance and good. Taco John's extra point is good. And Caldwell County trails this one now 14-7, 3:23 to go in the first half. I want to tell you about Taco John's. Mixie rolls are back at Taco John's. The same handmade, crispy, flaky tortilla stuffed with seasoned beef, beans, and melted cheese for a unique flavor. Open till midnight, so run by after the game and grab some. Taco John's is a proud sponsor of Caldwell County Athletics, and Bob, we can vouch for how good they are. We stopped by a couple of games ago after the Hoptown game. We're by Taco John's, and we're not disappointed.
We certainly weren't.
Would have been bad to have during the light pole delay here at War Memorial Stadium, but Caldwell County with some life offensively down the field. Nice combination of passes, some good runs, and Logan Smiley with a big run to get it down to the goal line, and big Travion Samuel punched it in for the Tigers. And Caldwell County back within 7 at 14-7. Plus, you like how Caldwell County's defense responded. Mayfield threatened once down to the, I think it was the 3-yard line where Branch intercepted and stopped the one drive. And then Mayfield turned it over on downs deep in Caldwell County territory on the second one. So things starting to even out a little bit after it was all Mayfield in that first quarter.
And the really nice play on that drive that time was that hard run by Logan Smiley.
Yeah, he laid a smack on whoever tried to tackle him. Both players just stood up at the goal line. Viverette's going to tee this one up at the 40-yard line. Caldwell County Lady Tiger volleyball team in a 5-set thriller with highly ranked Ballard Memorial. We'll have some updates on that coming up probably between now and halftime and surely at halftime. So hope you'll stay tuned for that. Halftime show is going to be brought to you, as always, by Little Caesars Pizza. Must be something about that spot on the field. I know the Mayfield kicker had trouble getting the ball to stand up. Now Viverette having a little bit of trouble. May have to bring a holder out for it. And ball falls over again, so this time will be held up. Viverette approaches. Kick in the air. It's going to be a short one. They're not going to take any chances with the deep return. Fielded at the 21. Finds a hole across the 30. 40 still on his feet. Finally, Caldwell County catches up, and Mayfield brings it out to about the 44-yard line. We'll see where the official spot is. Coach Barnes talked about Mayfield's deep threat if you kick it off all the way to the deep backs, and decided to dodge that one. Much shorter kick fielded at the 21, brought out to the 44-yard line. So the Cardinals will take over 1st and 10 with 3:14 to work with here at the end of the first half. Man-to-man coverage handoff comes to Galbraith, gets across midfield and brought down at the Tiger 45-yard line. That kid's getting close to 100 yards here in the first half, and Bob, he's got the quickest first step we've seen out of any opponent so far this season by far.
He runs extremely well.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Again, the handoff to Galbraith. Breaks the line of scrimmage, pushing a pile across the 40 and down to the 37-yard line of the Tigers. But you can't get Lowell to sleep thinking they're going to keep handing off to him, because Cartwright to Stevenson has been affected. You've got to know where those guys are. 3 receivers to the right. 1 split far side left. Cartwright looks to change the play. Galbraith to his right shoulder. High snap pulled down. Galbraith with the handoff comes right side, lowers his head across the 30. Another first down. Davis in on the tackle for Caldwell County along with Jack Stevens. We talked about that in the pregame. We hope Jack had a good night, but not a lot. Didn't want him to have a lot of tackles against Galbraith, and so far he's been on several. Galbraith is going to come out and Trey Barnes in for Mayfield. Trip set again to the right. Single receiver to the left. Cartwright takes the handoff, looks left, got some pressure, heaves it towards the end zone, and flag on the play. They're going to get Stevens with the pass interference. And you wonder where those flags were about 5 minutes ago, but a lot of contact. We can't argue with the call, but less contact there than there was against Tripp on the other end. So not that we're saying this was a bad call, it's a correct call, but still you'd like to have that both ways. This one's going to hurt Caldwell down inside the red zone. 2:04 left to go in the first half. Ball is going to be spotted at the 15-yard line. Pass interference call against Jack Stevens for Caldwell County. And it's 1st and 10 from the 15 for the Cardinals. Trey Barnes stays in the backfield. Tight formation for Mayfield. 2 receivers to the far side, extra back in. Barnes with the handoff, bounces it out of the middle, over to the right side, spins and gets down to the 12-yard line. Van Hoosier and Bashir in on the tackle for Caldwell County. Galbraith back in for Mayfield. 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Cardinals. Just about a minute and a half to go. Cartwright spins, goes corner looking for Galbraith. Complete touchdown. Cartwright to Galbraith. And that play worked just like they drew it up. Cartwright took off like he was going to roll left, spun around. Caldwell County bit, and Galbraith was open, wide open in the corner of the end zone. Easy pitch and catch. And it's 20-7 now, Mayfield. Looks like it's going to be an extra point attempt coming up. Trey Barnes looks like he's getting set to try the extra point attempt. First one blocked as the kick went into the line tonight. This one's down, kick is up, and good. So with 1:27 left in the first half, it's Mayfield 21, Caldwell County 7. Back in 1 minute, you're listening to Tiger Football on WPKYonline.com.
A yearly flu vaccine is important now more than ever amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Protect yourself and your loved ones against flu viruses. At Caldwell Medical Center, they are making it easy and convenient. Skip the wait and get your flu shot at their drive-through site, September the 28th through October the 2nd and October 5th through the 9th by appointment only. To schedule an appointment, please call them at 270-365-0333.
Get into shape and feel good at Trilogy Performance Sports. Trilogy offers a wide range of family-friendly classes as well as personal training, yoga, gymnastics, sports training, cardio, and weightlifting. Trilogy has something for everyone. Trilogy now offers an app with online workouts, live classes, nutrition tracking, and more. Search Trilogy Performance Sports in your app store. Use sign-up code 1824. For app info and more, follow them on Facebook.
Back to Mayfield, and the Tigers find themselves down late in the first half, 21-7, 1:27 to go as the Cardinals get set to kick off after Cartwright to Galbraith makes it 21-7. Kickoff fielded at the 18-yard line. Kramer takes it to the right side, tries to get around the end, up the sideline across the 40, picks his way to the 50, still on his feet, spins, and steps out of bounds. Looks like it might be in Mayfield territory. Late hit in there, not called. You saw a Caldwell County player go flying right at the end of the run. And flags do come in. We'll see if that one was caught. So a good return by Max Kramer. Caldwell County has a player down on the sideline. Looks like personal foul called, late hit. You think it would be, Bob, because we saw, I think it was Caldwell County's number 18, maybe Leighton Hammett. I think that's who it was. But it's going to be a late hit against Mayfield. It'll tack on some yardage to the end of this run by Kramer. So a good break for Caldwell County with 1:16 to go in the first half.
Max had gotten that ball into Mayfield territory at the 45.
Player down was Elijah Shaheen, so he's up walking around. Could ill afford to lose that kid. Ball's going to be spotted inside the 30 down to the, we'll call it the 27-yard line. So a good return with the penalty tacked on has the Tigers in business at the Mayfield 27-yard line. Bashir is going to send two receivers to the right, two to the left. You've got Branch and Van Hoosier far side. Bashir takes it out of the shotgun. Keeper looks up the middle, hit in the backfield, and maybe picks up a yard or two on the play, not much.
Mark him at the 26, a pickup of 1 yard.
Quickly back to the line of scrimmage, 1 yard pickup by Bashir. Under a minute to go in the first half. Bashir has Samuel to his left. Same two receivers each way for Caldwell County. Bashir takes a snap, drops back, gets some pressure, goes over the middle, complete to Wells at the 25, dodges one tackler, hit, and knocked out of bounds. It's going to be over around the 22-yard line. It does stop the clock with 43.5 seconds left in the first half. So third down coming up for the Tigers.
Marked at the 22-yard line.
22-yard line. So one thing we talked about, Vibrett maybe playing a part in this one. Caldwell County well within his range already. Bashir takes a snap out of the shotgun, fakes a handoff, rolls right. He's got some pressure, throws down the sideline. That one's going to be incomplete, and one of those that Russ just had to go ahead and eat. He threw it in the vicinity of Trip Branch, but Branch covered well. So the incompletion will bring up fourth down. We'll see if Coach Barnes tries to convert or sends in Vibrett. Looks like keeping the offense out on the field. You've got Wells to the far side. He comes in motion. Handoff comes to Wells. It's a reverse back to Van Hoosier. Van Hoosier thought about throwing, pulls back now, looks up the field, wants to throw down the sideline, and it's going to be, was it complete? They call it complete.
Yeah.
Great job by Caldwell County. Could not tell in the crowd who was able to come down with that one. Play stops, and referees come in to try to sort this one out. I think they may look to see if Tate came across the line of scrimmage.
And that's what they're deciding on. I'm not sure whether
Van Hoosier had the lane. He could have taken off on the run, pulled it back, went to the sideline, made the pass, and it was complete. But I think they're going to say he crossed the line of scrimmage.
so. The penalty marks us back to the
Caldwell County not getting a break at all. That one's going to be brought back to the 22-yard line, it looks like.
That's the
Or,
line.
excuse me, 27-yard line. So Caldwell County with a good play. It's going to be brought back.
And it's now 4th and 10 for the Tigers. 26 seconds to play.
Tigers keep the offense on the field. Samuel to the right side of Bashir. Two receivers each way. Van Hoosier in the slot. Bashir takes a snap, drops back, he's got good protection, throws, looking to the end zone for Wells. A lot of contact. Flags come down. And touchdown. Barron Wells in traffic getting pushed.
Oh, what a catch.
Great catch by Barron Wells while being interfered with. And the referees are discussing it. We're assuming it's against Mayfield, but after what we've seen in the first half, maybe a wrong assumption, but it looked obvious like it was pass interference against Mayfield. So the referees
So he did not catch it, I guess.
They signaled touchdown. The referee at the left pylon signaled touchdown, but they're bringing it back to the 15-yard line. So apparently just the pass interference call on that one.
And that should be enough for the first down.
Todd, let's take it down to the sideline and see what you can pick up on this one.
Yeah, Dennis, I'm not sure why the official on the far sideline signaled a touchdown. It looked like from over here the ball might have been caught. I'm not really sure. Wish I could tell you something more definitive, but I've kind of been this way the whole first half about the officiating.
It's not been textbook by any means. Caldwell County has come away with this after the play with the ball on the 15-yard line and a first down. So 1st and 10, Lake Barkley CrossFit first down and 15 on the 15, 18 seconds left here in the first half. Tight formation, Caldwell County. Bashir takes a snap, rolls right, throws to the end zone, and looking for Van Hoosier over his head and out of the end zone, incomplete. Nice pickup on the block by Travion Samuel. But Bashir with a little too much on that one for Van Hoosier. It's going to bring up 2nd and 10, 12.6 seconds left on the clock. 2 receivers each way. Wide formation for Caldwell County. Bashir looks to the sideline. Kramer and Wells near side. Van Hoosier, Branch, far side. He's going to move Samuel to his left shoulder. Snap is back. Looking to the end zone. He's got a man open. Touchdown, Caldwell County. Trip Branch. Bashir to Branch from 15 yards out. And big for Caldwell County. Scores with 7.6 seconds left in the first half. Bob Ritt will come in to try to take the extra point, Taco John's extra point. Big play by Caldwell County. They had a big run by Kramer on the kickoff. Late hit tacked on some yardage. Caldwell County started out in good field position and able to cash in. Bashir to Branch. Snap is back. Kick is up. Low line drive. And no good. Wide left. So with 7.6 seconds left, it's Mayfield 21, Caldwell County 13. Back in 1 minute, you're listening to Tiger Football on WPKY.
FC Princeton invites you to come in and enjoy a meal. Or, of course, the drive-thru is always open. The restaurant is open with limited capacity. You'll find that posted on the front door. And all tables are set up for social distancing. You are encouraged to wear your mask when entering and exiting the business. There is no buffet at this time. All dine-in orders are packaged as if they are to-go orders. Enjoy your favorite meal at KFC on the Marion Road in Princeton. Dine in, carry out, or drive-thru. They are here to serve you.
U-Ride has upped their game. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new ball game. It's an all-new sales team, bringing 33 years of experience to work for you. They're here to serve your vehicle needs from start to finish, and to do it all safely with a personalized hometown feel. More variety with better quality. On-the-lot financing, and you can apply safely online at uridesales.com. Call for an appointment today with one of their friendly sales staff. U-Ride on the Marion Road, Princeton, 270-365-3018.
And back to Mayfield. Caldwell County set to kick off after the touchdown. Bob Ritt puts it in play. Short kick is going to be fielded at the 20-yard line. Mayfield up to the 25, hit and brought down. Still 3 seconds left on the clock. Let's take it down to the sideline real quick for a volleyball update with Todd Griffin.
All right, Dennis, it's all over in La Center. A valiant comeback effort tonight for the Lady Tigers, but it falls just short. 22-20 is the final score in the fifth set. Of course, they only go to 15 in that last set after you tie the first 4, but again, what a comeback effort. 22-20, it was tied 10-10, 12-12 all the way through, but Ballard wins it by those 2 points in the final set.
Great effort by the Lady Tiger volleyball team. They'll be in action on Tuesday night. We'll have coverage as they take on Henderson County on Tuesday. Victory formation by Mayfield as they're just going to down it and run the clock out, and that'll take us to halftime. At the half, Caldwell County battles back from early trouble, and they trail Mayfield 21-13 here at Mayfield. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll get underway on the Little Caesars halftime report, so stay tuned. You're listening to Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
If this community is as important to you as it is to us, we invite you to join us weekdays for our WPKY local newscast at 6:30, 7:30, noon, and 5. 20 newscasts a week means we're committed to keeping you informed on local events. You can also find news when you want it at WPKYonline.com. Thanks for listening to 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Because during this extremely difficult time in healthcare, many are afraid to go to the hospital or the doctor's office. Some folks may miss the opportunity to have Pennyroyal Hospice help them through the most difficult of times. As a family member, you can refer your loved ones for the additional care needed at end of life without a hospital or doctor's visit. Pennyroyal Hospice. It's about living to the fullest.
Planters Bank, located at 208 North Jefferson Street, is locally owned and operated with a strong, sincere focus on customer service. Planters Bank has a diverse team of seasoned professionals in Western Kentucky and Clarksville, Tennessee. Since first opening their doors, Planters Bank has made a name for itself as an energetic player in the financial services market. Stop by and talk to the friendly folks at Planters and find out about the You Choose Rewards program. Planters Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Enjoy your favorite Mexican food at La Pontesina Mexican Restaurant. They're open 7 days a week. It is recommended to wear a face mask while walking in and out of the restaurant. They're operating at limited seating capacity and offering carry-out service. Just wear your mask when you pick up your order. Always practice social distancing. They appreciate your business and are ready to serve you. Stay safe. La Pontesina Mexican Restaurant, Princeton and Marion.
Did you know that U-Ride in Princeton will buy your vehicle? They're always looking for quality inventory. So if you'd like to sell yours, talk to the nice folks at U-Ride. Whether you're looking to buy or sell, U-Ride is here. Things are a little different now, but they're still here to deliver the same great customer service that they always have. Just call for an appointment with one of their sales specialists. Call 270-365-3018. On-the-lot financing is available. You can even apply online at uridesales.com. U-Ride on the Marion Road in Princeton.
Brantley Furniture is filling up with tons of new merchandise. This is Megan, and right now we're getting trucks almost every day. We don't know how long this will last, so if you're thinking new living room, bedroom, or dining room furniture, now is the time to buy. We do offer 12 months sales cash financing. We appreciate your business. Support local. It makes a huge difference. Check our Facebook and Instagram for updates and pictures. Brantley Furniture in the heart of downtown Princeton, open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, Saturday, 9 to 2.
And Reed says,
The teams are in the locker room, and it's time for the Tiger Halftime Report on WPKY.
And welcome back to Mayfield High School, War Memorial Stadium. Mayfield at the half leads Caldwell County 21-13. Time now to get underway on the Little Caesars halftime report. Just when you thought that pizza and breadsticks couldn't get any better, Slices and Sticks has arrived at Little Caesars, and this proves the two favorites are even tastier together. Slices and Sticks combines 4 pepperoni pizza slices and 8 cheese breadsticks in one pizza, plus a side of crazy sauce. Like to have some of that during the light delay here earlier tonight. Little Caesars in Princeton wishes best of luck to the Tigers this year, and we appreciate those guys sponsoring our halftime report. Let's take it down to the sideline and get a report on that from Todd Griffin.
All right, Dennis, thanks. Gary Goodacre here with us, and again, a tough loss in case you missed us for Ballard Memorial. Caldwell County's girls went down there and dropped a 5-setter, but Gary, a big comeback effort there by the Lady Tiger volleyball team, just falling a little bit short.
Does show the character. I've seen many teams get that second set loss and they just can't recover, but we were able to force it to 5 and beyond the 15-point barrier that the 5th set goes to, but could not get over the hump. So good fight by the Lady Tigers, still regional champions, and a lot to play for to be the regional champion of the overall second region, not just all A.
Yeah, keep your eye on the big prize, and that's that second region championship and a berth at the state tournament at the end of the season.
Absolutely. I've seen some teams with all A actually peak, and when they had the potential to go more, either success or not making it, it seems like some teams don't regroup well for the overall tournament. So hopefully we will do so. I think we will.
As far as this football game goes, the Tigers down 21-13 here at Mayfield. We're at halftime. Gary, I think we saw the Tigers grow up quite a bit there in the first half. The start wasn't very good, but I think we saw some good things, especially there in the second quarter.
I think once we got our composure, I think we realized that Mayfield is a good team. We knew that going in, but we are too. And there's some things we can do. Trip Branch got loose on that last touchdown. If we can give Russ a little more protection, I think he's going to find these people open. And as the game goes on, I haven't been able to watch how many are going both ways for Mayfield, but that could work to our advantage if we can able to get these matchups on the DBs, if they're also receivers, and we can exploit that, then I think we have a chance. They do get the ball out of the kickoff, but our defense has been holding. We've had interception. We've had a turnover on downs. So right now, it's just a matter of execution.
Well, anytime you come down here to Mayfield, you have to understand a couple of things. Number one, no matter what kind of season Mayfield is having, they're not going to feel sorry for you or anybody else, and you're not going to get anything from Mayfield. You're never going to get a call from the officials in this stadium. You're just not. There's no sense in complaining about it or whining about it. You're just not going to get that call. And those are things you have to get over and just try to play football. If you're being held at the line of scrimmage and you're a defensive lineman, you got to get those hands off of you and go get the ball carrier.
But we know these things, but these are kids, and you can hear it until you experience it for yourself. You just can't quite get over it, and sometimes by the time you get over it, it's too late. Fortunately for the Tigers, it's a one-possession game, and we can do the things we need to do, and it's not already out of control. So this is going to be incumbent upon our staff to get these kids in the right frame of mind to say, listen, you took a punch, you staggered, you got a standing count, but you're not down. Are you going to make the right plays? Do you understand what they've done to you? This is going to be an adjustment game. And Mayfield's going to do the same thing. They're going to go into their locker room and say, we let a couple guys get loose. We can't do that. And they're going to believe that they're just going to execute too. So it's going to be really the coaches doing both coaching of X's and O's and psychology, both ways to get their kids ready to go for the second half.
Caldwell County with some good things there. They were able to open up a couple of holes, and Logan Smiley came in with a nice run and a couple of nice passes from Russ Bashir. Russ got off to just a little bit of a shaky start tonight, but I think he threw that off too, and he's played much better the last part of that first half.
Well, you got to remember, sometimes you're playing the first half to get to the second half, and if we were told one score at half, I think we take it, because I know that our staff is calling plays not necessarily to score on every play or make a first down. They want to see what works and what doesn't. So now I think they have an idea of what is going to be the way to go, and also how are the officials calling the holds. If they're not calling the holds, which they seem not to be on Mayfield, then we're going to have to let our defense adjust to that. Maybe we bring people from the linebackers who, if the O-line for Mayfield's holding our D-line, maybe their linebacker could come in on some blitzes or some stunts or something of that nature.
That's why it's tough to come down here and win. There's a whole lot going against you, and you just have to fight those things off and get after it out there best you can.
I think this is going to be a good lesson, and what I would like to see is that this is a measuring stick game, because whether you win or lose this game, there's a high likelihood you're going to see this team again. Now, you'd like to see them in Tiger Stadium instead of coming back here, but if you don't see this team, you've got Murray to look at. This is going to definitely tell us what we need to improve. Whether we pull this one out or not, it's going to be a lot on film that our coaches can go to immediately and point out for improvement. It's an interesting thing, though. There's an extra week in the season. The playoffs are a long way away, and a lot can be accomplished, both good and bad. It's all going to be on keeping the coaches focused on improvement.
So, Dennis and Bob, that's kind of how we see it down here on the sideline. Back up to you guys.
All right, thank you guys for that sideline report. Just about 7 minutes before we kick off the second half. This is the Little Caesars halftime report. At the half, Mayfield leads Caldwell County 21-13. Caldwell County battling back after falling behind 14-0 in that first quarter. And Bob, you just give me the signal when you're ready for the stats of the first half. Of course, the stats of the first half brought to you by Pollyeyes Pizza. What more can you say about Pollyeyes Pizza after you've had one? It's the best pizza you're going to eat. Pollyeyes in Princeton. We appreciate Dynamite Daring and his staff helping us bring you the stats all season long on Tiger football, and go out and get you one of those pizzas. We'll be home in a couple of weeks to take on Murray. Might be a good night to go try out our first Pollyeyes of the season before a game, Bob. That'll be a good game at Tiger Stadium. Next week on the road to Glasgow. And I had the score here. Glasgow is at Logan County tonight in the first quarter. The Scotties lead Logan County 7-0, looking for their third win of the season. Time now for those Poly I stats, and with that, I'll turn it over to Bob Hayes.
Thank you, Dennis. The score here at halftime is Mayfield 21, Caldwell County 13. Looking at the scoring here in the first half, in the first quarter, Mayfield gets on the board first on a pass from Cartwright to Coles. At the 7-minute, 40-second mark of the first quarter, Mayfield misses the extra point. They go up at that point in the game 6-0. Also in the first quarter, a 17-yard pass from Cartwright to Ben Gloyd. That coming at the 2-minute, 58-second mark to play in the first quarter. The two-point conversion was good, and Mayfield led at that point 14-0. In the second quarter, Caldwell County gets on the board with 3 minutes and 23 seconds to play in the half on a Travion Samuel 1-yard run. Blake Vivrette added the extra point. Caldwell County trailing Mayfield 14-7 late in the first half. Also in the second quarter, with 1 minute and 27 seconds to play in the half, Mayfield converts on a 12-yard pass to Colin Galbraith from Cartwright. The PAT kick was good. At that point in the game, Mayfield led over Caldwell County 21-7. Caldwell County gets the ensuing kickoff on a nice return into Mayfield territory by Max Kramer. A personal foul penalty on that play moves the ball closer into Mayfield territory, and with 7 seconds to play in the first half, there is a 14-yard pass completion for a touchdown to Trip Branch from Russ Bashir. The point after attempt was no good by Blake, and 7 seconds remaining in the half. Caldwell County trailing Mayfield 21-13. For the Tigers, also on that drive, I should add that one of the key plays down toward the goal line was a tremendous hard run by Logan Smiley from basically from the 10 to the 1, a 9-yard gain. Rushing for the Tigers tonight, Travion Samuel in first half, 6 carries, 29 yards. Russ Bashir, 5 carries for 5 yards. Logan Smiley, the 1 carry I just mentioned, for 9 yards. So Caldwell County with 12 rushing attempts tonight for 43 yards in the first half. In the passing department, Russ Bashir was 6 out of 12 with 1 interception. Barron Wells with 4 receptions for 16 yards, excuse me. Trip Branch, 2 receptions for 37 yards, one of them a TD. And Tate Van Hoosier, no catches. Tate also threw one pass tonight, but he was past the line of scrimmage, so that play was penalized. Caldwell County penalized on that. But Russ Bashir, 6 out of 12 with 1 interception for 53 yards. Total offense for the Tigers in the first half, 96 yards. For Mayfield, and I think Todd and Gary hit the nail on the head. We finally woke up late in the first quarter. Mayfield with 25 rushing attempts in the first half for 114 yards, and a lot of those yards coming on second effort by the Mayfield ball carriers. Also in the first half, Cartwright completing 7 out of 11 passes with 1 interception, throwing for 109 yards and some touchdown passes. So total yards in the first half by Mayfield, 223 yards, more than doubling the Caldwell County output. But the Tigers are only 1 score from being in this game, down 21-13 here at half. Mayfield, as noted, will get the kickoff to start the third quarter. I'm sure Caldwell County will come out energized by that last second touchdown to end the first half. And I think we're going to see a ball game here, Dennis, the rest of the way.
I think it's looking like we're going to 21-13 here with about a minute and a half left before we kick it off. Those are the stats, the Polly-Eyes stats of the first half. We appreciate all Dynamite and his crew does at Polly-Eyes Pizza. Not just pizza, they have other dishes, sandwiches. You go in, check them out, and you won't be disappointed when you leave. You're going to leave full and thinking that's the best pizza place you've ever been in, Polly-Eyes of Princeton. I'll tell you what, let's take it down to Todd Griffin for a halftime moment in history.
Okay, Dennis, wanted to mention, and you can't come down here to Mayfield and War Memorial Stadium without talking about Caldwell County head coach Al Giordana and getting a win here in his last game as Caldwell County head coach. That was 1985, the last game of the season. Tigers came down here and big underdogs, but got a 15-7 win in that game. And as we mentioned in the pregame show, anytime you come down here to Mayfield, it's a big deal. Coach G, though, was ready for that one. He pulled off his coat after that game, and he had a T-shirt on under it that said Tigers #1, so he was ready to go.
All right, Doc, thank you for that halftime moment in history. Remember that year well. West Kentucky Memorials brings us that halftime moment in history. They're located in Princeton, Cadiz, and Hopkinsville, and proud supporters of Caldwell County football. And their son is a Caldwell County Tiger. That's Jameis Carnahan, a running back and outside linebacker who had a big game last week against Ballard Memorial. Want to pause 5 seconds for station identification. This is WPKY Princeton. And Bob, a good comeback for Caldwell County in that first half after getting down. Like the guys said, it's not that we want to sound like we're getting on officials. We're not. There were some calls that I don't think you and I are the only ones in the place that think didn't go Caldwell County's way, but that's what you're going to get sometimes when you go on the road. You've got to fight through those, and I admire the fight that Caldwell County has shown tonight in fighting through some of those non-calls and then some of the penalties to pull back into a one-possession game with a very good Mayfield team.
I totally agree, Dennis, and you're right. There looked to be from up here some things that obviously didn't go the Tigers' way, and all we did was continue to play football and get ourselves back into this game, trailing only 21-13 here at halftime before we start the third quarter. And just also adding something else on Todd's moment in history, not only did Coach G beat Mayfield in that last game, Mayfield went on to win the state championship that year, and Coach G earlier in the year defeated the Crittenden County Rockets, and Crittenden County went on to win the Class A championship that year. So Coach G in his last year of coaching beat 2 state champions that year. Quite a feat.
I think we had, maybe 3 wins, if I remember right, and 2 of those
3 or 4 wins
against state championship teams, eventual state championship teams. This halftime report's been brought to you by Little Caesars of Princeton. Just when you thought that pizza and breadsticks couldn't get any better, Slices and Sticks has arrived at Little Caesars, and that proves these two favorites are even tastier together. Slices and Sticks combines 4 pepperoni pizza slices, 8 cheese bread sticks in 1 pizza, plus you get a side of crazy sauce. That's at Little Caesars of Princeton. Both teams back out on the field.
The other thing I should note here in the first half, with Mayfield keeping the ball on the ground so much during the first half, they obviously had quite a commanding lead in the time of possession in the first half, because they were killing the clock by running the ball. But the Tigers fought back and got a break on when Mayfield scored late in the first half with a good kickoff return by Max Kramer, and they were able to go in and do something with it. That all happened within the last minute of the first half.
Bob, you can almost track it back down. Mayfield had a 14-0 lead. They were driving deep in Caldwell County territory. Branch comes up with a big interception. Next time Mayfield has it, again, back deep in Caldwell County territory. Turn it over on downs as that defense kind of arches back a little bit and stood up against Mayfield. Caldwell County able to come down, start putting points on the board, get a little confidence in their game, and shake off some of the frustration they had over the calls or non-calls, if you will, earlier in the contest. And this one right now, anybody's game, as Mayfield will receive the kickoff to start the second half. And Bob, I'll let you tell us about the sponsors for the third quarter coming up.
Third quarter is going to be brought to you, if I can find my notes here, by Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique. They've been under the ownership and management of Pam and Hab Haverlock for the past 3 years. Beautiful furniture, bedding, accessories, and gifts. They're also your local U-Haul dealer. Stop in and see Pam. She's got a store full of materials out there ready for sale, ready for your home. Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique. Everything a home should be.
Second half kickoff is going to be brought to you by Purcell Tire. Let's kick off the season with a vehicle checkup at Purcell Tire. That way you're never late for school, work, or the ball game. Purcell Tire, Highway 62 West in Princeton. Viverette has it teed up, and we're set for a big second half here. Short kick up in the air is going to be fielded on the run at the 29-yard line. Mayfield finds a hole, gets near midfield, brought down across the 45 to the 46-yard line. So the Cardinals will have good opening field position in its second half, as Zane Cartwright will bring the offense out for the homestanding Cardinals. Actually, that went up to the 47-yard line.
And Cartwright started off hot tonight, but somewhat had a string of incompletions prior to that last touchdown catch.
Galbraith up the middle, short gain near midfield. We'll see where they spot this one.
I'd say midfield.
In the Caldwell County territory at the, we'll still call it the 50-yard line, nose of the ball just over the 50. Second down coming up for the Cardinals. Two receivers each way. Hand off again to Galbraith. Breaks the tackle across midfield, still on his feet at the 40, and brought down finally by Wells at the 38-yard line.
She had about 4 tackles that time, Dennis.
And Bob, he's been able to do that a lot tonight. A very elusive tackler, a lot of power in those legs. Keep those legs going the entire time, and there's a reason the kid gained almost 1,600 yards last season as a junior.
It's no surprise the way he runs.
Two receivers far side, one to the left, extra lineman in as Galbraith goes to the left shoulder of Cartwright. Cartwright takes it, hand off to Galbraith, hit in the backfield, turned, and he's going to be brought down for a loss. Good job by the Tigers. Shaheen in on that tackle along with number 52, Angel Long.
I kind of disagree with the marking because he tried to spin out of that tackle and was pushed back to the 45-yard line, yet they're going to give him progress to the 42. Or not progress, he lost 4 yards.
The ball is spotted, like Bob said, at the 42-yard line, but a good job by that line getting that penetration. Angel Long, Shaheen in on that tackle. Second down and long coming up for the Cardinals. Cartwright drops back, looks down the field, had a man open and missed him. First real miss of the night. He had number 2, that is Daniel Coles, open on a deep slant. So third down and 14 to go for the Cardinals. One thing that you would like to see less of is the time for Cartwright to really stand back there and look it over. Cartwright again drops back, complete at the 33-yard line. Tackle made by Wells. And they're going to say it came out of his hands and hit the ground. Did not complete the catch. So a big stand by the Tigers brings up fourth down. Mayfield apparently not a lot of confidence in a punt team. Even with a one-possession lead right now, they're going to take it back. High snap, little pooch punt, and Cartwright puts it up. It's going to hit at the 18, bounce inside the 15, and down at the 13-yard line. So Caldwell County had nobody back as Cartwright still was in at the quarterback position, but just put a little pooch kick on it and pins Caldwell County down officially at the 13-yard line. Official came in and picked it up. One official had put it back at the 12. Now they bring it out to the 13, first and 10, Caldwell County. 10:02 left to go in the third quarter, and the Cardinals lead this one 21-13. Empty backfield, Wells in motion. Wells takes the handoff, tries to get around the end, across the 10, 15, 20. He's got some room on the sideline, hit, and brought down.
And again, Dennis, that was a handoff, was it not?
It was. From my position, that's what it looked like. He gets across the 20 to the 23. Are they going to mark it?
They're going to give him to the 20.
They're backing everybody up.
They're going to give him a first down.
23-yard line. Lake Barkley CrossFit, first down, Caldwell County. Bashir in the backfield, got a couple of backs back there with him now. Samuel and Wells. Russ comes left. Keeper hit and brought down. He's going to lose a yard at least on the play.
They're going to mark it at the 21, a loss of 2.
And brought back to the 21. Yes, you're right, Bob. 21-yard line.
Brings up 2nd and 12 for the Tigers.
Russ, not a lot of positive yardages tonight. We've had, what would you say, 6 calls for Russ's name, 5 or 6 calls. Not able to break one yet. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Snap back to Bashir. He's going to look to the right side, one-on-one coverage, and it's Branch. Ball hits the ground.
And
flag comes in late. We'll see who this one's on. Bob, any other game, I think I would automatically say pass interference, but you can't do that here, obviously. So we're going to see make sure it's not offensive pass interference. And it is pass interference against Mayfield. Caldwell County likes that matchup. They've gone to Branch a few times on that one-on-one matchup. Branch has a size advantage, and you know how the kid can go up after a ball. 3 receivers to the left. Branch again to the right by himself. Samuel in the backfield. Bashir across the middle, complete. Tate Van Hoosier upended near the 45-yard line. They're going to call him down at the 44. Nice catch on the slant, Tate Van Hoosier.
Tate's first pass reception of the night.
Caldwell County on the move with 8:56 to go in the third quarter, trailing this one by 8. Now he's got 2 receivers with Van Hoosier in the slot. Hand off to Samuel. Gets across the 45 and down to the 46-yard line.
That should be enough, or they're not going to give him the first down.
It's going to be close on it. We'll see if they call in a measurement. And they are going to take an official timeout and measure this one. Bob, would go back to that play that went to Wells. They're going to call it a pass. As it looked from here like a handoff, they're going to call it on the field a flip. So it's going to go as a pass down to Wells on that play. They're going to call timeout on the field and measure this one. Ball spotted at the 46-yard line.
Dennis, what do you think? Let's put our eyes to the action.
I'm going to say it's a first down.
I think it's just barely by skinny. It's skinny.
And it's going to be short. Third down and less than the length of the football. So Caldwell County is going to have to muscle this one at least a third of a yard. And Caldwell County has everybody up the line of scrimmage under center. Bashir keeps it and picks up the first down easily. One of the rare times you're going to see Russ Bashir under center. So Lake Barkley CrossFit first down for Russ Bashir on the keeper. You can never be too healthy, too strong, or in too good a shape. Lake Barkley CrossFit has classes designed for anyone at any fitness level, and classes are always free to come and try. Snap back to Bashir, handoff. Samuel hits the left side, lowers his head, and maybe picks up a yard on the play. Spotted at the 48-yard line. Second down and about 9 coming up for the Tigers. Clock ticking away, 7:50 to go now in the third quarter. Trip set to the far right. Kramer, the lone receiver, left side. Goes right, little curl pass over to Wells. Wells shakes a tackler, picks up about 4 yards on the play. Brought down at the 47-yard line of Mayfield. So nice little receiver screen on that far side. Gets Wells out to the 47. And third down coming up for the Tigers. Branch, far side, all alone. One-on-one. You've got Wells and Kramer near side. H-back is Van Hoosier. Bashir keeps it. Hits the right side across the 45 and down to the 44-yard line.
I think he's going to be just a tad, about a yard short.
Fourth down and short coming up for the Tigers. They keep the offense on the field. 2 receivers each way. Van Hoosier, Branch, far side. Wells, Kramer, near side. Wells in motion. Wells takes the handoff, throws it back over to Bashir. Bashir on the run, complete. 40, 35, still on his feet, pushing a pile down to the 34-yard line.
Barron was the one throwing the pass.
Barron took the handoff, curled back, and hit Bashir on the pass. And it's a Lake Barkley CrossFit first down.
Down at the
nice surprise play call. 33-yard line is where we're going to spot this one. Bashir sends two receivers out to the right. Keeps Van Hoosier in the block for Samuel. Samuel wants to take it left. Good spin move. Maybe picks up a yard of forward progress. Second down and about 9, long 9 coming up for the Tigers. 21-13, Mayfield leads this one as we go under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Samuel to the right side of Bashir. Kramer, lone receiver to the left. Bashir over the middle, complete. Wells had to spin, caught that one basically one-handed, and gets it all the way down inside the 10.
Marked at the 7.
Bob, we can go ahead and give him catch of the game on that one. That one thrown behind him. He was spinning, caught it in his left hand, snatched it back into his body, and was able to get it down to the 7-yard line. First and goal, Tigers. Samuel fakes the handoff to Samuel. Now Bashir keeps it. He's going to get brought down in the backfield for about a 3-yard loss. That play never looked like it was going anywhere from the snap. Second and goal coming up for the Tigers from the 10. 3 receivers set to the left side. Bashir wants to go to the end zone. Jump ball up. We'll see the call. Touchdown, Tigers. Tripp Branch just threw it up for a jump ball. We talked about Branch having a size advantage height-wise. And Caldwell County looks like they're going to go for 1.
Yeah, and I think that's a sound, solid idea. We don't need to be chasing points right now.
So Viverette will come out for the Taco John's extra point. Caldwell County moving the ball much better. Kick is up. This one, plenty of distance and good. Taco John's extra point, Blake Viverette. 4:58 to go in the third quarter. A tight one at Mayfield. Cardinals 21, Tigers 20. Back in 1 minute. You're listening to Tiger Football on WPKYonline.com.
Since 1937, Pennyrile Electric has been dedicated to the health and well-being of our members. Did you know there are several socially distanced ways to pay your electric bill? You can use the member portal at precc.com, call to make automated payments over the phone, use the PRECC app, enroll and pay by text, or our residential prepay program, or just stop by one of our 24-hour kiosks in Hopkinsville or Oak Grove. Pennyrile Electric, proud to power your life for 83 years.
Back to Mayfield, Kentucky. And what a comeback after a very frustrating start for the Tigers tonight here in Mayfield. They've battled back, and it's a 1-point ball game with 4:58 to go in the third quarter. Tigers trail this one 21-20. But a great job by the Tigers. They're really moving the ball with some confidence down the field now. And what a catch by Barron Wells on that last drive to get it down inside the 10.
Outstanding catch.
Kick by Viverette's going to be fielded short at the 25-yard line, across the 30, 35, still on his feet, looking at the sideline, pushed out of bounds, shy of the 45-yard line. Bob, that's kind of a give or take on that. You don't want to take a chance on kicking it deep to the speedy backs for Mayfield, who've returned some good returns this season. But on the flip side, when you kick it short, you're going to give Mayfield the ball in good position like they are now with the ball at their own 44-yard line. So Cartwright in the backfield, 3 receivers to the right. Galbraith takes it, wants to turn it around, spins in the backfield, hit at the line, and brought down at the 45-yard line. Much better pursuit by Caldwell County. Wolford in on the tackle for the Tigers. The adjustments the coaching staff made after the first couple of Mayfield drives, pretty impressive because Caldwell is really getting better to Mayfield than early in the ball game.
Gain of 1 yard on the play. 2nd and 9 for the Cardinals with 4 minutes, 18 seconds to play here in the third quarter.
Extra tight end in as Cartwright drops back. He's got some pressure, scrambles, gets hit in the backfield. He's going to be thrown for a loss. Finishing it off, Shaheen. And also number 52 for Caldwell County, Angel Long, but some help in the backfield before that. I think that was number 55 getting back there. Drew Davis disrupted that one early, and Cartwright scrambling for his life. Caldwell County's defensive line getting a much better push than early in the ball game.
Just about a loss of 1 yard on that play. We'll call it third and 10.
66, Connor King also in, helping on that line for Caldwell County. Third down and 10. High snap pulled down by Cartwright. Rolls to his right, looks down the field. He's got some pressure, pulled, throws it down the field, hit complete at the 48. Almost a sack back at the 35. Somehow able to get that ball off complete and complete down to the 48-yard line.
Nice catch by number 4 that time, Galbraith.
So Mayfield makes a little out of nothing, but it's still going to be fourth down and long for the Cardinals.
To the 48-yard line.
48-yard line, it's spotted. See if Caldwell County drops anybody back on this one. Last time Cartwright did a little pooch kick out of this formation. Fourth down and about 6. Mayfield, player in motion, coming across. 2 receivers set now to the near side, short side of the field. Cartwright takes a snap, pooch kicks it back. I think it's maybe partially blocked by Davis, but anyway, off the side of his foot and out of bounds. Tigers will have great field position. Referee still marching up the field, spotted at the 40-yard line. Bob, I'm not sure if Davis got a fingertip on that one or if it's just a shank.
He got, it was a shank, and he may have gotten a hand on it.
Good penetration either way by Davis. And the Tigers come out with great field position at the 40 as they completely shut Mayfield down on that possession. 2:35 to go in the third quarter, 21-20 Mayfield, but Caldwell County with excellent field position at their own 40-yard line to start this drive. Wells is going to come back into the backfield. Now Logan Smiley is going to come into the ball game in place of Samuel, and I think Caldwell County is going to have to burn a timeout. Little confusion coming onto the field. And Caldwell County will take a timeout. Timeout's brought to you by Travis Construction and Concrete. Travis Construction and Concrete for all of your construction and concrete needs, as well as driveways, porches, foundations, basement walls, decorative concrete, remodels, and more. Good luck, Tigers, and here's to building a successful year from Travis Construction and Concrete. Bob, Caldwell County didn't want to come out and take a penalty, a delay of game penalty on that one. They're starting in excellent field position, 1st and 10. So went ahead and burned the timeout. Tigers tried to run Logan Smiley into the ball game. I think they had Samuel on the sideline and Smiley a little late getting in there, but that may just be where he's been off for a while and didn't get out there on the right call. So little mistakes like that they'll be able to clean up the more Logan gets back accustomed to being in the ball game. He's been out with injuries all season. Good to have that kid back, though, because he laid a smack on a carry earlier in the ball game late in the first half.
Exactly, and it's wise to have taken that timeout.
So Caldwell County at the line now, out of the timeout. 2 receivers to the far side. Samuel in motion to the right side. Bashir on the keeper. He's going to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. Bobby, you would think the law of averages says one time that Bashir is going to be able to break one of these with his speed, but just cannot get that initial break through that line of scrimmage. Lost about a half a yard on the play. We'll still call it 2nd down and 10 coming up. About the length of the football as Bashir in the backfield with Samuel. 2 receivers each way. Bashir looks right, comes left, incomplete, in and out of the hands of Kramer. Well covered by Galbraith for Mayfield. We talk about how the kid runs and catches the ball. He's also the leading tackler for this Mayfield squad coming into tonight. 3rd down and long for the Tigers. Van Hoosier and Branch, far side. Samuels on the right side of Bashir. Wells in motion. He's going to come in and make it a 3 receiver set to the right side. Bashir wants to change the play. Still time on the play clock. Snap back to Bashir. He drops back. He's got some pressure off the weak side. Scrambles out of it across the 40, 45, and tripped up on a shoestring tackle at the 47. Had that not happened, he was able to get easily into Mayfield territory and then some.
7 yards on that carry by Russ. Brings up 4th and 3. I guess we are going to punt the ball.
Branch comes in and takes the position. Is this the time of the game where you try something, or is it a little bit early? 1:31 left in the third quarter. Good play for field position right here. Branch rolls it, puts a kick up, and takes a Caldwell County bounce inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. Bobby had a little bit of room there. I don't know if it had been worth it to take a shot at it. It's one of the things I think Branch has an option on a lot of these, the way he rolls to the right. He can look the field over, but a tough point in the ball game to make a call like that. So I think they did the right thing. Go ahead and take that kick and pin Mayfield back a little bit deeper than normal.
I agree, totally agree, Dennis. 1:15 to play here in the third quarter.
Ball on the 29 of Mayfield. Snap is back. Little receiver screen complete at the 30, 40, out to midfield, finally brought down. That was Cartwright to number 1, Ben Gloyd, who has a touchdown reception tonight.
We're going to mark it at the...
Right on midfield. So it's a first down from Mayfield on a little wide receiver screen. Goes out of bounds, stopping the clock with 1:08 to go in the third quarter. 21-20, Mayfield with a 1-point advantage. Cartwright looks right, gets hit from behind as he throws, complete at the 37-yard line. Still on his feet, finally tackled by Kramer down at the 32. And the ball comes loose. We'll see. Tigers saying they have the football. Referees go in to separate the pile. We'll see how this one comes. Referees talking about it. Caldwell County had the ball when they got out of the pile. And I think they're going to call him down. And it's first down Mayfield. Is that ball in the hands of a white jersey? Ball spotted on the 32-yard line. Referees got together, 3 of them, determined he was down by contact. Snap back to Cartwright, hand off to Galbraith. Galbraith pulled down in the backfield. Number 52, Angel Long, playing some inspired football right now, especially after that call where Caldwell County didn't get the fumble. So a loss on the play of about 1.5 yards, spotted at the 34-yard line. .24 seconds left on the third quarter clock. We'll see if Mayfield tries to get a play off before the end of the quarter. Cartwright in the backfield. 2 receivers each way. Cartwright over the middle, incomplete, bounces it at the 31-yard line. Stops the clock at 12.1 seconds left as Mayfield nurses that 1-point lead, 21-20. Big third down play coming up.
3rd and 11 for the Cardinals.
Mayfield gets the play in. Galbraith surprisingly on the sideline. They'll bring in Barnes out of the backfield. Cartwright takes a snap. Looks out. Screen pass complete at the 35. And this one's going to be snuffed out. Back to maybe the original line of scrimmage. Complete to number 2. That's Daniel Coles. But number 66 for Caldwell County, Connor King, made a big tackle. And as soon as Coles got that one, he went down. Into the third quarter, a good one here at Mayfield. It's the Cardinals 21, the Tigers 20. Back in 1 minute, you're listening to Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Good luck, Tigers. Have a great season. From Treasure Remembered.
This is Casey McCoy, and I'm a mortgage loan processor at Farmers Bank. One of my favorite things about our home loan process is that you can apply online whenever it's convenient for you. By applying online, your information is sent directly to our lenders. It's quick and easy and a good way to jumpstart your loan. Apply today at yournxtbank.com. Farmers Bank and Trust Company, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Back to Mayfield, Kentucky, getting ready to start fourth quarter action. Caldwell County trails this one 21-20, but really playing their best football of the season here after that shaky start in the first quarter.
And the fourth quarter brought to you again by Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique. Stop in and see Pam and Hab Haberlock. They're your local U-Haul dealer. Lots of bargains in the store, lots of materials in the store. Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique, next to the bowling alley in Princeton, and is everything a home should be.
A big play coming up for the Tigers here. Fourth down, Mayfield. 4th and 10. Tigers trailing by 1 after falling behind early, 14-0. Very frustrating start for the Tigers. You've got Cartwright and Galbraith in the backfield. Don't know what the delay is to start the fourth quarter here. Referee finally backing out. And winds the clock. Cartwright from the shotgun. Galbraith to his left. Cartwright drops back. Gets some pressure. Throws over the middle. Incomplete. Nobody home. And after a 5 for 5 or 6 for 6 start somewhere in that neighborhood, Cartwright really having some trouble with that Tiger defense. The coverage much better in the secondary. You mentioned it early in the game, Bob. Caldwell County having trouble covering those receivers. They were wide open to start the ball game, but since then, the coverage much better, and Cartwright's having a whale of a time trying to find anybody open.
Coverage is way, way, way better.
So that turns it over on downs again for the Cardinals, second time tonight, and Caldwell County takes over at their own 33-yard line. Bashir is going to send 2 receivers each way. Samuel to the right side of Bashir. Caldwell County going left to right on the radio dial here in the fourth quarter. Snap is back. Handoff to Samuel. Samuel hits the line, brought down. We'll see if he picked up anything on the play. They're going to spot it at the 33-yard line. So maybe a football length on the carry for Samuel. Nowhere to go for him into that line of red. Tigers, second down and long. Van Hoosier, the slot receiver on the right. Branch wide out. Kramer and Wells to the far side. Bashir drops back, has some time, finds a hole, keeps it himself. Eludes one tackler at the 30, gets it out across the 35 to the 36-yard line. What is it about Mayfield, Bob? That hole looked like you could drive a truck through it, and the next thing you know, they closed in on Bashir like they just came up out of the ground.
They're everywhere, Dennis, on a lot of occasions, especially when Russ tries to run.
Single receiver to the far side. Trip set to this side. Branch, receiver closest to the sideline. Handoff, Travion Samuel lowers his head, takes it out to about the 40-yard line. So that's going to bring up fourth down, and Caldwell County not taking any chances. They're playing well on defense. They're going to turn it over to the defense here and let them take care of business as Branch will come out and kick this one away with 10:22 to go in the ballgame. 21-20, Mayfield with the lead.
It's a fourth down, 3 yards to go situation with 10 minutes, 14 seconds to play in the game.
Branch back in punt formation. Mayfield puts one man deep. This one's kicked. Not a very good kick. Takes kind of a stop bounce and is spotted at the 40-yard line. Bob, we stood here and watched them touch it at the 39, but spot's going to be at the 40.
Yeah, right. I mean, it was clearly touched at the 39.
So don't understand that one because that's directly under our vantage point here. 9:56 to go in the fourth quarter. You don't want to pick over a yard, but in a game, a one-point game with two very good teams, a yard may make a lot of difference sometimes. Galbraith in the backfield with Cartwright. Galbraith takes the handoff left side, finds a hole out across midfield, finally brought down in Tiger territory at the 48-yard line. Quick hit by Kylan Galbraith.
12-yard run on that play.
First down for Mayfield. 2 receivers set far side, 2 tight ends. Handoff again. Galbraith hit in the backfield. Keeps the legs pushing. Is going to pick up a yard.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess to the 47.
Number 54 for Caldwell County, Elijah Shaheen, in on the tackle.
And what Mayfield's trying to do now is run the clock.
Yeah, they're not going to get in any hurry to push this one down the field.
2nd and 9 for the Cardinals.
Cartwright hands off to number 6. Line of scrimmage hit. Stevens trying to make the tackle and still pushing the pile all the way down to the 42-yard line. Whistle stops it dead, but big run on 2nd down. Number 6 for Mayfield is Trey Murrell. So a 3rd down and about 4 coming up for Mayfield. Murrell in the backfield. 2 receivers right, 1 receiver left. Got an H back in front of Cartwright. Handoff to Murrell. Wants to try to fit through a small hole, gets it up to the 40-yard line. 4th down coming up. A lot of 4th downs here in this second half.
And I'm sure Mayfield's going to go for it. 7:58 to play in the game. 4th and 2 for the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's a long 2. We'll see. Surprised Galbraith not in the ballgame. Now he's going to come back in. I looked down to the sideline to see if he was on the bench or receiving any medical attention. Cartwright in the backfield with Galbraith. Extra tight end in. You can almost lay $1 that this might go to Galbraith some way. Oh, they're going to pooch kick, not taking any chances. Nice kick's going to pin Caldwell County inside the 10. Takes a Mayfield bounce down to the 6-yard line. Bob, in the first half, it seemed like Mayfield would go for that without even thinking about it. The game's tightened up 21-20, and it was a pooch kick by Cartwright that puts the Tigers back at their own 6-yard line with 7:28 to go in the ball game. Tigers trailing by 1. 1 hooked extra point, or this one would be tied up. And we mentioned it was way too early to chase points in that 3rd quarter, but this one's tightening up. Bashir takes a snap at his own goal line. Looks complete at the 6-yard line.
Complete.
Let's see if that was, looked like Wells. Wells with the reception.
And for no gain.
No, they've got it up at the 6-yard line.
We've got it at this 1-yard gain on that play.
So Bashir has Van Hoosier in to block. Bashir rolls, has some pressure, cuts it back up the middle, keeps it across the 10 and out to the 13-yard line. So it's going to bring up 3rd down for the Tigers. At least Bashir's not going to take the snap at his own goal line right now.
Brings up 3rd and 3 for the Tigers.
2 receivers far side. Tripp Branch alone on this side. Had some success just throwing it up and letting Tripp go up and get it tonight. He's going to move Smiley in on his left shoulder. And they do come Branch's way. Branch looks up and misses it. Incomplete. Branch was looking off his left shoulder, and the ball goes over his right shoulder. Incomplete, and Caldwell County will have to bring out the punt unit. Branch and number 21, that's Trey Barnes, ought to know each other really well by the time this game is over. They have battled the entire night. Branch is going to make contact on this one from about his 3. rolls, kick is up, end over end kick. Should bounce, take a Caldwell bounce, kind of spins, and Mayfield's going to have great field position at the Tiger 42-yard line. 6 minutes even to go in the fourth quarter. Mayfield leads this one 21-20, and they'll bring the offense out with field position on their side at the 42 of Caldwell County. Stay tuned after the ball game for the Trilogy Performance Sports post-game report. We'll have the stats from the ball game. Also take a look around the area, some scores, an interview with the coaching staff for Caldwell County. All of that coming up on the Trilogy post-game report. Cartwright takes it, fakes the handoff, throws incomplete at the 40. Had an open player, but just not able to make the catch. That was number 33 for Mayfield, Derek Stewart. First time he's been thrown to tonight. Second down and 10 coming up for the Cardinals. Cartwright goes to the sideline, talks to the coach. Checks the play on the wristband.
And one thing that incomplete pass does is stop the clock. 5 minutes and 55 seconds to play here.
Galbraith in the backfield with an extra tight end. Handoff to Galbraith, hits the line, and he's going to be stopped eventually. That kid just will not stop the legs churning. Drew Davis on the initial hit. Bashir in on the tackle along with Stevens. He'll get it down to the 41-yard line.
But no gain on that play.
So Caldwell County's defensive line really rising to the occasion after a tough start to the ball game. Third down and long for Mayfield. Galbraith in the backfield. Two receivers to the right. One out split out to the left. And he goes to the left, bobbled. We'll see if he kept control of it.
I think they're going to give him
They're
a
going to
catch.
give it to him down at the 26-yard line. Looked like he bobbled it, may have come out. They're going to say catch. And first down Mayfield at the 26. That was number 7. Number 7 is James Top. So first down Mayfield. Under 5 minutes to go in the ball game. Trip set out to the right. Galbraith with the handoff, hit at the line of scrimmage, brought down after about a yard or two gain. Bashir in on the tackle for Caldwell County along with Davis.
Gain of 1 yard on the
spotted
play.
at the 15, or at the 25, excuse me.
4 minutes, 34 seconds to play here. Caldwell County trailing by 1 point, 21-20.
And Mayfield, like you said, Bob, really milking that clock, taking their time. Cartwright has Galbraith in the backfield. One receiver in motion, going to the right side. Now two receivers set to the right. And that guy moved on the end. Two players, I was wondering if what they got to do, put some dance music on to call this? Or... Good night. Illegal procedure call against Mayfield eventually. That'll back them up 5 yards. Caldwell pointed to a lineman on the right side. And while they were trying to decide whether to call that, the end on the other side or pulled back.
It's going to be 2nd and 14 for the Cardinals.
So Cartwright's going to move Galbraith to his right shoulder. Two receivers to the right. Goes to the right, swing pass complete at the 30, but not much space after that as Stevens and Bashir come up and make the tackle. Number 1 on the catch is Ben Gloyd. They'll spot the ball at the Tiger 27-yard line.
Pickup of 3 yards on the play. It's going to bring up 3rd and 11 for the Cardinals.
Big down here for Caldwell County as that clock really starting to become an enemy of the Tigers. 3:11 to go in the ball game. Cartwright, Galbraith to his right. Blocking back in for Galbraith. One receiver each way. Hand off to Galbraith. Hits the line. Caught from behind. Slowed down just enough for the other Tigers to catch up. And on the initial tackle, John Paredes had him from the back.
No gain on the play.
And Galbraith on the ground, rolling around in some pain. They're going to call the training staff in for Galbraith. We'll take a 30-second timeout and be right back. This is Tiger Football on WPKYonline.com.
Good luck to all Tiger athletes from Bella Marie Boutique. Go Tigers.
Hayes Furniture, always the best.
This is Leanne for Herb Hayes Furniture and Mattress. It is hard to get new inventory into the store, but we've got it. Just call us Sectional City. We have several beautiful sectionals ready and waiting to come to your home. If you're spending more time at home, why not do it comfortably with some new furniture? We always have great financing as well. Shop in person safely or shop online or call for an appointment today.
Hayes Furniture, always the best.
Microphone activated.
Back to Mayfield, Kentucky. Galbraith still down on the ground, Bob, and as good as this kid is, you hope it's just a cramp situation, but really not sure. A lot of the coaching staff and training staff around him at this point.
Yeah, you certainly wish no harm on anybody.
This kid is a top-notch player and
tough runner.
Probably will be playing on Saturday somewhere next season. Sure, he's getting some looks. Looks like he's going to be able to get up and walk off under his own power with a little bit of limp on that right leg. Big hand here for Kylan Galbraith, who's well over 100 yards tonight. But you got to talk about the play of John Paredes on that one. Came in off the line, went around the back, grabbed the jersey of Galbraith, pulled him backwards, and the other Tigers able to finish that one off and bring up a big fourth down play for Mayfield. Ball's going to be spotted, looks like, Bob, the 27-yard line. So Cartwright's getting the play from the sideline. We'll see what Mayfield tries to do here. Time beginning to be a factor. 2:54 to go.
I would almost, well, I don't know. I almost think they would want to pooch it again, but
Caldwell County not sending anybody back. It's going to be Barnes in the backfield. Cartwright drops back. Caldwell County brings the pressure. They've got him pinned in the back. Ball comes loose. Comes right back to Cartwright, but it doesn't matter. Turnover on downs is going to give it to Caldwell County at the Mayfield 32-yard line. Caldwell County brought the blitz, and Cartwright had nowhere to go but backwards.
Again, Dennis at the 32.
32-yard line is where they're going to spot this one. And Bob, after that start, I think if you had asked Coach Will Barnes, we'll give you one possession late in the ball game with a chance to win, he would have jumped all over it. That's what Caldwell County has. Two receivers each way. Bashir wants to go down the field looking for Van Hoosier. Incomplete, almost picked off. Dangerous pass into double coverage. Trey Barnes, one of the two Mayfield players back here. That one well over the head of Van Hoosier.
But what that does is stop the clock. 2 minutes and 41 seconds to play.
Caldwell County needs some first downs. Move this ball up the field. You got to figure the possibility of Viverette being a factor in this ball game with the leg that kid has. Bashir takes it, picks up the low snaps, got some good protection, in and out of the hands of Wells, incomplete, a little bit behind Barron. Still a catch he generally makes. That's going to bring up third down and 10 for the Tigers. Incompletion stops the clock. 2:36 on the board. 21-20. Mayfield leads this one. Two receivers each way. Caldwell County. You've got Smiley in the backfield. Smiley swings out. Instead comes over to Van Hoosier, complete at the 44-yard line.
Enough for the first down. And he goes out of bounds to stop the clock.
And great job by Tate Van Hoosier. Realized where those first down markers are. Got the Lake Barkley CrossFit first down and stops the clock with 2:30. Smiley still in the backfield with Bashir. Two receivers each side. Russ takes a snap. Looks left. Finds a hole. Is going to tuck. Keep it and get it up near midfield. One of the better runs for Russ tonight out to the 48-yard line. We may give him the 49. We'll see where this spot goes. No, it's going to be back at the 48. 2:08 left to go in the ball game.
2nd and 6 for the Tigers.
Bashir takes a snap, looks down the field, wants to go to Branch, looks up, and caught, got his feet in bounds. Great catch, Trip Branch. Right under our broadcast position, all the way down to the 27-yard line of Mayfield. Clock stops as he went out of bounds. 1:53 to go in the ball game, and Bob, what a catch, Trip Branch. 3 receivers to the far side. Branch one-on-one to the near side. Handoff goes to Smiley. Smiley hitting the backfield, rolls, and comes down. Let's take it down to the sideline for a quick hit from Todd Griffin. All right, maybe the mic not working on the sideline. Todd, just text back if you've got something. 2 receivers each way. Smiley in the backfield with Bashir. 1:27 and the clock ticking. Bashir rolling right, looking for somebody. Throws incomplete. And they're going to say it was out of bounds. It was picked, but it's going to be out of bounds. 1:18 as the clock stops on the incompletion. Bob, from this point right here would be to the 35, would be a 45-yard field goal attempt if Caldwell County didn't get any closer. 2 receivers each side. Snap back to Bashir, complete to Wells. Wells hit and brought down for a loss. Back at the 31-yard line. Todd, you want to take one?
Yeah, Dennis, I'm down here, and Blake Viverette said earlier if they could get inside the 30, he felt pretty confident about it. Said he's hit from 60 in practice, so we'll see.
Caldwell County has possession. We'll see if they take this one down and give him a shot.
Well, it's 4th down.
Fourth down, they do not. Bashir over the middle, complete to Van Hoosier. First, close to a first down, rolled. Didn't think he ever came down. And they're going to spot it at the 19-yard line, which is going to be about 1.5 yards short. And Bob, they're talking. Van Hoosier kept rolling like he landed and never came down to hit the ground, but not enough for a first down. And with 38 seconds left, Mayfield is going to hold on for a 21-20 win as Caldwell County turns it over on downs. Van Hoosier had the completion over the middle, but left it about 1.5 yards short before being brought down. Spot the ball on the 19-yard line. Had to get to right at the almost the 17 for a first. Victory formation for Mayfield as Caldwell County is going to lose a heartbreaker here tonight, 21-20. And that's going to do it. Caldwell County fell behind 14-0. Looked like nothing was going their way in the first quarter. Collected themselves, battled back, and a huge effort for the Tigers tonight. It's going to be an L in the column, but what a team builder tonight for Caldwell County. And the extra point early in the ball game turns out to be the difference. Final here tonight from War Memorial Stadium. Mayfield 21, Caldwell County 20. We'll take a break and be back to get underway on the Trilogy Performance Sports postgame show. Stay tuned for that. You're listening to Tiger Football on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Proud supporter of Tiger Sports, Big John's Barbecue says, "Go Tigers."
As a community-owned enterprise, the Princeton Electric Plant Board provides services to the people in the Princeton area. One of the services they provide is to make sure the lights are on over our fields and courts for our Caldwell County Tigers. From everyone at the Princeton Electric Plant Board, good luck to all of the Caldwell County Tigers and hopes for a safe season and a big electric roar to their Tigers. Tate Van Hooser, Addie Vincent, Lily Horde, and Easton Kizzy.
Bradley Furniture wishes all the Tigers good luck this season.
I'm Clay Farlow, and I'm a lender at Farmers Bank. From diapers to daycare to groceries, we are constantly looking for ways to save money at my house. We recently refinanced and saved more than a full % on our interest rate on a loan that was just over a year old. Rates are near all-time lows, so whether you're refinancing or buying, now is the time to apply online at yournxtbank.com. Farmers Bank and Trust Company, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Go Tigers from Taco John's. Have a great season, Tiger athletes.
A yearly flu vaccine is important now more than ever amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Protect yourself and your loved ones against flu viruses. At Caldwell Medical Center, they are making it easy and convenient. Skip the wait and get your flu shot at their drive-through site, September the 28th through October the 2nd, and October 5th through the 9th by appointment only. To schedule an appointment, please call them at 270-365-0333.
Pennyrile Home Medical hopes all Tiger athletes have a great season. Go Tigers.
U-Ride has upped their game. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new ball game. It's an all-new sales team, bringing 33 years of experience to work for you. They're here to serve your vehicle needs from start to finish, and they do it all safely with a personalized hometown feel. More variety with better quality. On-the-lot financing, and you can apply safely online at uridesales.com. Call for an appointment today with one of their friendly sales staff. U-Ride on the Marion Road, Princeton, 270-365-38C.
Back to Mayfield, Kentucky.
Time for a recap of tonight's action. The WPKY Tiger postgame report is on the air.
And now back to Mayfield, Kentucky. A heartbreaking loss for Caldwell County after a valiant comeback, and the Tigers fall 1 point short. Mayfield wins this one 21-20 here tonight at War Memorial Stadium. Great effort by the Tigers. Let's take it down to the field now with Todd Griffin and Coach Barnes.
All right, Dennis, a heck of a ball game here tonight. I think we saw the Tigers grow up a lot, especially in that second and third quarters, and defensively in the fourth quarter. Coach Will Barnes just got off to a little bit of a slow start tonight, and I think as the game went along, though, we got stronger.
Yeah, did not start off the game very well, and when you're playing, I told him before the game and all week, if you expect to win over here, you got to play 4 quarters, and we didn't do that, and it's, top to bottom, we didn't have a good start. It's not on our kids. I've got to do a better job of making sure we come out ready to go. But we didn't quit. We got down 14-0, battled back, and had a chance to win there at the end.
Yeah, gave yourself chances to win, got the ball back several times. That defensive front, I think, finally figured things out a little bit against the Mayfield running game.
Yeah. We played tremendous defense there in the second half, and we just couldn't get much going offensively. We're not the type of team where we need to be throwing the ball quite a bit. I don't know what the numbers are. I know we didn't run the football very good tonight, and that doesn't help us offensively. We've got to be able to run the ball. We can't expect to throw it all the time, to be very successful.
Pretty strong Mayfield team, though. I mean, you could say they're down and all that, but still pretty good.
Yeah. They've got pretty high standards here, so they're always going to be really good because they've got really good coaches, and they're a good football team, and they're going to keep getting better.
Defense just kept making stops, though. When you got the ball back there late in the game, did you have maybe a trick play up your sleeve that maybe was trying to find a perfect spot for or anything?
Well, right there before half, we used both of them up. We had the reverse pass set up to Russ. We got lucky. We got the lineman downfield, and then the 4th and short. The throwback to Russ. That's something we put in. We've had that in a couple of weeks, and it was the right time for that.
On that last series, you got down around the 30. Was there any thought to maybe letting Viverette attempt a field goal at that point?
Yeah, the idea, we ran a screen there on 3rd down, and, when you run a screen there, you're not expecting to lose 2 or 3 yards. If we would have got, 3 to 4 positive yards, which is kind of what I was thinking. Worst case scenario there, we would have gave it a shot. But when we lost that yardage on 3rd down, just didn't think we had enough to do that.
What kind of good things did you see out of your team tonight?
Mayfield's a really good team offensively. In the second half, we played really good defense, and really that kept us in the ball game and gave us chances. Offensively, we just didn't have great field position, but at the same time, we've got to be able to execute better offensively if we're going to win big games like tonight.
When you come into a big game, and anytime you come down here, we mentioned during the broadcast, Mayfield's not going to feel sorry for you or give you anything. The officials aren't going to give you a whole lot, so you have to come out and really play. And it seemed like maybe we were a little tentative early in the game, but it seemed like we shook that off and really fought back.
Yeah. It was a weird start, and I don't. Yeah, it was just
when
really.
We had the lights off for 42 minutes.
That was crazy, but just came out kind of flat, and they're going to make you pay when you do that for sure.
Looking ahead, what do you know about Glasgow coming up next week?
I've known a little bit more about them the last few years since I coached over there. So don't know a lot of their kids now, but they'll be a good football team. Well coached, and they do a good job over there. We'll have to travel over there, so that'll be a good little bus ride for us. So we've got to play better from the start if we expect to go over there and win.
1 point loss tonight, but again, I think a lot of positives to work on, and good luck next week.
Yeah. We didn't quit. We kept playing, and I had a chance to win there at the end, and just didn't make enough plays.
All right. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Todd.
That's Will Barnes, Tiger football head coach. Dennis, back up to you.
All right. Thank you for that, Todd. Interview with Coach Barnes after a heartbreaking 1